Hey there, travelers. Welcome to Proudly Radical. Oh, I didn't even set up. Hey, look at that. My audition setup is my audition session is not even set up. It's about par for the course. I am in a mood today that was not improved moments before coming to air. There. There we go. Now that recording session is going. Yeah. So as I was saying, I'm in a mood now. What do we got? Oh, give me one sec here. I'm just reading a message over on Discord. Oh, we got some sort of... Hang on, I can't see that. I'm just getting private messages here. And, oof. Faye. Welcome, New. New Fume Shroom. I'm going to call you Shroom, just for the sake of brevity, but welcome. Sorry for that little delay there. I enjoy politics as well. Today I'm a little ornery. Today I'm a little put out, as it were. But what about politics do you like? And is there any particular aspect of it you'd like to discuss? Let me just check on the other side here. Okay. I got those. I read those images. I got the message. I looked at the images. I read them. Meet, and yeah, that's special. That's special. Maybe it's just in the air today, right? Maybe it's just in the air. I don't know. Maybe it's the chemtrails, man. I don't know. But, yeah. I'm just still in a fucking mood. Let's put on some music. I'm just going to put some random shit on. I don't know what the halftime genre is, but it's a genre, apparently. Yeah, not too long ago. I don't know what the moon's like right now. But I don't think it's full moon. But, I mean, that shit is weird. That's some shit I want to explain. Like, is that just... What kind of biases is that? What kind of logical fallacy are we looking at? Because I swear, that's real. Like, the first time I did a nighttime show over on Podbean. Dude, it was full moon and the crazies came out of the goddamn woodwork. It was a clusterfuck of a show. And my mom worked ERs and recovery rooms and operating rooms for years and years and years. And she confirmed. She said full moons were always busy for them. They were always crazy as fuck. What is that? Like, you know, oh, yeah, I remember that. Oh, that was a clusterfuck of a show. Oh, I'm still a little twitchy from that one. As you can see by my hair, I got into the bath shortly after what pushed me over the edge there. I just needed a quick shower to sort of wash some of it off, as it were. We need to do some sort of multiplayer game one of these days. We have Tabletop Simulator in the community. We should do a session of Tabletop Simulator one of these days. That'd be fun to do. Now, let's see, what do we got here? Yeah, that's what I figured. Let me refresh that. Oh, interesting. That's weird how that list doesn't always update. Oh. Shake it off. All right, let's talk terrorists. I don't know if I can. Based on the Twitch terms of service change, I don't even know if I can talk about these guys. I mean, sharing content that depicts or supports terrorism or violent extremism is prohibited on Twitch, even if you're denouncing it or showing it for educational purposes. Does that mean I can't even show a BBC article about this shit? I legitimately... I'm starting to wonder, like, where's this line drawn for these people? Because I don't know. I mean, based on that... Nice. Based on that statement, like, legitimately, we were trying to look up the Proud Boys last night and see if they had, like, a Las Vegas chapter in Minecraft. Whether they had Australian chapters, and they do, by the way. I looked up Sydney first. The Proud Boys do have a Sydney chapter, just FYI. And Taco fucking told me, he's like, I think this is probably against TOS. And I'm like, you know what, it is. It probably is. You know they do. Oh, wonderful. I don't know where that fucking line is drawn. Like, can I show a BBC article talking about a CNN article that's talking about the domestic terrorism? How many times reviewed? Or is it just a blanket statement? It's so fucking stupid that it's, you can't. What was that? Fucking audition popping up. Yeah, the language on it is so vague and so fucking purposefully corporate. God damn it, it's pissing me off. So many things are pissing me off today. Between the right wing, the left wing, the centrists, and the corporations, I'm annoyed. Let's just put it that way. Yeah, I was like looking at that description last night. I was like, I don't know if I can even talk about a news story involving these fucking domestic terrorists. And God bless, because one of them fucking filmed a video in which he filmed it in front of an anarchy flag. So now they're saying they're anarchists. So, yay! I'm so fucking over it. Between the fucking sensitive left and the fucking fascist right and the fucking corporate centrists who are fucking selling us down the road, nothing is improving. It's all getting worse. And nobody can make any headway because, God forbid, somebody actually says something that steps on somebody's toes. Either you're going to get screamed at from this side or you're going to get shot in the face from this side. Fuck progress. Let's just all tiptoe for the right. We'll just tiptoe our way into oblivion. That's how we're going to do this. It's fucking ridiculous. We're going to politically correct ourselves into fascism. Fluid needs to flow. It's flowing today. The fluid anarchism is flowing today. Let's just put it that way. What are we listening to now? I don't know what this genre halftime is supposed to be. So maybe it's a I guess maybe it's a reference to the yeah, like that's what I was just saying. Like, is it a reference to, like, the meter and tempo thing? You tell me. You're the musician. Like, listen to the music and tell me if it's using, like... Okay, this song sucks, but... I mean, are these halftime beats? I couldn't tell you. Yeah, I have no musical education whatsoever, so I can't make those types of judgments. Drum lessons, halftime beats. Thanks. I did start a musical theory course, and I got to approximately 7.5 minutes into it. My eyes crossed, and I went and started a wiring project. My brain just doesn't work with the music stuff. I don't know what it is. I think my brain does the same thing that your brain does me, Trey, when we start talking video games and technology. I legitimately think it's the same process. Like, it's just like, and shut down. Yeah, I was like, I don't care. I'm just a consumer of music. Yeah, goodbye. I'm just a consumer of music. Like, I really don't care how the sausage is made on this one. What, why am I getting, what? I just got a text from my mom saying, I always care where the sausage comes from. I don't even have it there. Yeah. Just for you. I just got a text from my mom saying that she thinks my stepfather is starting to see the writing on the wall that Trump seriously could lose, and he's getting very grumpy as a result of it. Fuck him. Hey, Chloe, thank you for the follow. Yeah, exactly. It was like, who's texting me? Like, nobody texted me. Nothing better than making daddy angry. He is not my daddy, but, yeah, honestly, I don't have good thoughts about that man. I don't like him. Yeah. So, I mean, he's cult of Trump territory. He's, lifetime NRA member, cult of Trump. Fuck, he's a dickhead. He's a piece of shit, hanging judge. Not a fan. I've told my mother numerous times, I hate your husband. Not my stepfather. I hate your husband. Like, fuck him. So anything that makes him annoyed, especially as far as the political spectrum goes, I'll laugh in his face. In fact, I hope Trump loses just so I can rub it in his face. Fuck all the other stuff. Just pure ego-driven, mean schadenfreude. I hope to rub it in that Fox News loser's face. Yeah. Revenge. Yeah, 100%. Okay, I've decided I don't like this music. I wish I could play what I want to play, quite frankly. Well, no, okay, so as far as music services go, I like digitally imported. I've been with that dude since he was pirating music on his Shoutcast streams out of his college dorm room. All right. So like electronic music from all around the globe, curated by genre, and they have good tastes. It typically aligns for me. No. No. Pride cometh before the fall. Don't read into that. Not a Christian. But it is one of the few things that Christianity did kind of get a little correct. Generally speaking, you do see that sort of phenomenon that when someone is excessively prideful, it, let's see. Maybe a little happy hardcore. That's not available for content creator license. How is this happy hardcore? How is this happy hardcore? It's, see, again, Monster Cat's genres are shit. That's a mixed bag. Tolstoy! Like the name, though. Welcome, by the way, welcome. Just trying to get my mental space, get my headspace straightened out today. Right, Mitre? Like, Monster Cat's genres suck. I don't know what the deal is. Like, whoever's over there doesn't quite understand. This is at least... I don't know if this hits the BPM for happy hardcore, though. But yeah, the women's stuff out of the Bible, out of Christianity, is a very, very mixed bag. Yeah. Tolstoy, where are you from? How old are you and where you're from, if you don't mind me asking? Because it's a fairly common word these days. But yeah, you just came in early, sort of beginning the stream. Ah, okay. Well, that explains it. That's probably not part of the regular vernacular of Macedonia yet. But welcome. How are things in Macedonia? I'm in Las Vegas, in the U.S., clearly by my accent. Yeah, adjust a little bit here. Oh, all right. So let me get a couple of headlines stacked in the fucking pipe here, and we'll talk some news here in a little bit. But let's have a conversation. Not great. Greece forced us to change our official name to North Macedonia because they claim they already have a Macedonia. Oh, this is the kind of bullshit. This is why we're all gonna die, right? This is why we're all gonna die. This is what this individual is having to deal with. This is a political thing. Imaginary lines, made up bullshit. We are going to just political correctness our way into fucking oblivion, and I'm gonna laugh. I'm glad I don't have kids. It's just a coincidence. I like the aesthetic. I'm gay, but not bisexual. Yeah, on the girl front. But I like a cyberpunk synthwave sort of aesthetic. I like a nice pink, purple, blue hue. So yeah, it's coming from a few different lights that I have, the panel lights that I built, stuff like that. So yes, just a coincidence, but a happy one nonetheless. Yeah, no, I'm glad I don't have fucking kids. Yeah, he likes the boys pretty good. You know, these days I don't really give a shit very much. The girls not so much, they got cooties. These days I'm almost halfway to like, I've always been aromantic, not a romantic, but aromantic as in not romantic. I think like I was never huge into it to start with, and then the waste of my 20s, that guy sort of snapped that last straw, and I'm not into relationships. That's not a thing that even has an appeal to me. This is happy hardcore. This hits the BPM mark right out of the gate. So they got 1 out of like 10, right? And yeah, dead sexual basically would cover it. I don't care. I'm old enough. I got enough, you know. I'm good. I'm glad to move past it. Let me check it. Pegboard Nerds is who this is. Back to me. So yeah, I'm super happy. I don't have kids. I don't want kids. I don't like kids. And that way, when all of this fucking ends in some catastrophe, I don't have to have that part of my brain. Dead sexual sounds like necrophilia. Fair enough. It's not exactly asexual. Like, we'd have to, like, is there a term for lazy sexual? Because I don't give a shit. Like, I'd just rather just handle business myself and move on with my day. Like, it's like that now. No, not necessarily a low libido. It's, you know, I'm just lazy. Sex with somebody else takes time. It takes effort. It takes energy. Yeah, it just, I got other shit I'd rather be doing. Like I said, you know, give me a couple minutes, handled, moving on with my moment. Yeah. I don't know if there's a term for lazy sexuality, but that's what it would be. You know, I suppose if I could, you know, find someone who was interested in that. Me try. I've had plenty that just laid there. Yeah, I just don't, these days, I haven't cared in a few years, right? You know? Yeah, and luckily I have somebody who, you know, also feels that way. He doesn't give a shit either. And we sort of weird, like, it's not, you know, we don't put labels on anything. We don't have to spend time with each other. We don't have to have sex with each other. You know, I very much like the arrangement he and I have come to over the years. So yeah, I'm good. So I think we're up to like 39 or 40 people out of the Trump White House who have COVID now, including the head of security for the White House. They couldn't keep it out of one of the most secure buildings in the world. Two attendants in the residence. Chief of staff. No, the chief of staff doesn't presently have it. I think he's clean. But like I said, I think we're 39 or 40 presently is the number that we're up to out of the White House. And by the way, a couple of psychologists did the rounds on for the news, for the articles, for the columns, and the news shows, and they said if you've been feeling pleasure from this, it's perfectly normal and you're not a bad person. So yeah, I fuck them. They don't wear masks. They don't Ooh. I mean, yeah, that kind of does meet the definition, Tolstoy. You should... Okay, so... Real talk. Real talk. What are you doing stealing money from your dad? And two, real talk. What are you doing giving that money to some random internet chick? Right? Like, I could forgive you lifting money from your dad for a few reasons. You were just giving it to some random chick online. That's insane. That's a problem. Yeah, I mean, that meets the definition of simping. I on stream cannot advocate for what just happened in what was suggested in chat, but it's not a worse alternative to what you did with the money. Let's just put it that way. Bro, don't do that. One, don't steal from your dad. And two, Don't be giving it to some random person online like that. It's not worth it, bro. It's not worth it. If anything, go spend that money on your friends. Go, like, you know? Okay. Holy shit. Okay, so that's like more car washing than I've ever done in my entire life. And I'm 19, 18. I'm 18 years older than you. I'm nearly twice your age, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that. I swear to God, I wish I were 18 and female. I mean, there are people who have done less, Mitre, but I admit. Yeah. Tolstoy. You're making me sad. Like, legit. Do you want to talk? Macedonian dinars. 800 Macedonian dinars to US dollars.
I found this on the web.
$15.32 US. Yeah, I mean, do you want to talk? Tolstoy? Like, you can jump on the Discord server and we can talk. There's the link. No pressure. It's up to you. But it sounds like you could use someone to chat with, quite frankly. No. If you've got like headphones, if you've got like a standard headphone microphone thing for your cell phone, that'll work. Hell, I think it would even work just off the headset. You don't even need the headphones, do you? I always use headphones. I don't know for sure. Go for it, Joe. 100%. This is not happy hardcore. What the This is closer. Discord is a sort of communications platform that was originally created for gamers. And now it is used by practically everyone. And you can have voice, video, text, images, the whole fucking thing. Okay, no worries. Yeah, I just thought I'd put it out there. What time is it there, Tolstoy? Because it's 6 p.m. my time. Yeah, not happy hardcore either. They are terrible. Happy hardcore. 3 a.m. Same time zone as German. Okay. Yes, I said German, not Germany nor Joe. I said straight up. I said same time zone as German. Yeah, don't do that, bro. Your self-worth is higher. You're worth more than that. Don't be paying random people for fucking. If you need, we will. That's racist. No, it's nationalistic, not racist. Get it straight. It. Bro. So we'll dress Joe up in a skirt and a blonde wig and send you nice videos. If that's what you need. You would be one ugly woman, Joe. That would be epic. You're a good-looking man, but you are not. For 15 dinars. No, 800 dinars. $15. It's just 2 days of shitty food. It's nice to see your price is higher than that, Joe. Good to know you know your own labor value. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't understand how to evaluate their own labor value. And luckily, you know, working as a consultant for as long as I did, I understand what my time is worth. I wish more people would sort of learn those basic lessons of, yeah, no, I'm worth this amount. Just baseline, my base time is worth this amount. Forget any skill set. Be nice if people learned that lesson. Oh. Yeah, I agree, Mitre. You are more than just a cash machine, Tolstoy. Don't let people do that to you. Yeah, the life coach thing is a great scam, Joe. It's a great fucking scam. That hurts. That hurts. I'm sorry to hear that, Tolstoy. That, like, legitimately, I kind of... Yeah, that bothers me. God, my empathy levels are a little too high. Man. It's so much easier to be a gay dude. I recommend it if you have a choice. Just 100%. If you have a choice, be a gay dude. As far as relationships and sex and the attention of your, you know, from sexual partners, it's so much better. Man. I feel sorry for straight dudes all the time. Yeah, I can't imagine you having been there, Mitre, but maybe you had an awkward phase. I think you do, actually. I'm with that, Mitre, that the young, awkward straight boys need the appropriate it gets better message. I think they need it better. They need it more than the gay dudes nowadays. 100%. Like, the gay community can surrender that one and be like, here, somebody else needs to pick up this mantle and run with it because we know it gets better now. But yeah, that's a rough place to be, especially in modern society. There's a lot of chips stacked against you in a lot of ways. Not happy hardcore. I know, right, Mitre? Talking is so stressful. You're 19 and you want to be an engineer, Tolstoy. Might I suggest that you take one class in drama? It's going to be a nightmare for you. It's going to be difficult. Stick with it. Do it. Drama, speech and debate, something of that nature that's going to force you in front of people and force you to speak. It will be a lesson that you will carry for the entirety of your life, and you need it. You need it more than anything else. Based on what you've been saying in chat, based on how you've expressed yourself and the ways you've expressed yourself, trust me on this one. Yeah, Mitre, drama was the best class he took at school. I took 4 years of drama plus a touring repertory company, and I went from a shy child to someone who has, this could be 25,000 people, and I'd laugh, I'd giggle at it being 25,000 people watching me, but it wouldn't affect me. It wouldn't affect my speech patterns or how I convey my emotions or my thoughts. It wouldn't change anything. It is one of the most valuable skill sets that a human being can learn. Everything will be online for university. As soon as you have the opportunity, take it. I don't care if it's your, second year, your third year. just remember this message. Please take this one to heart. You need drama, public speaking, speech and debate, something of that nature that will force you into that situation. It will change your life so much for the better. Just trusted random internet stranger on that one. This feels more like chill step territory, maybe a little not happy hardcore though. Maybe. Yeah. You'd be surprised. First year drama students they're an awkward bunch. But halfway into the year, you get to know your classmates, you get to know your peers, and you start I disagree wholeheartedly, but I value that you value yourself, Joe. Fucking, you rock that skirt, my man. Love it. Oh. Oh, man. What also helps me talk is vodka, but the next morning I always forgot what I talked about. My head hurts. Don't use that as a crutch. It's not the same thing. And I gotta tell you, there comes a point where the jitters, the nerves, the fear balances with the excitement and the anticipation. And it becomes a beautiful thing. You walk out on stage in front of a theater full of people. And, hey, Taco, we're just having a little life coaching session with a newly made friend from Macedonia. It's a young man we're just trying to point in a couple of correct directions as best we can. Once you get over that... Legally, I think you have to call it North Macedonia because of the Greeks. They don't hold any sway over me. You're still Macedonia in my heart. How's that? Yeah, actually, one or two. I mean, they don't call it liquid courage for nothing, right? And courage is attractive. The willingness to just put yourself out there and go for it is sexy as all hell. So, yeah. As long as you can maintain, right? That's what you're talking about. But courage is number one non-physical turn on for most women. It's not a bad turn on for men too, I can tell you. Half of this is not happy hardcore. Let's try the thing with my girlfriend. Well, started because I called someone out, ripped him up verbally for being a racist in a pub. Yeah. Oh, I could have sworn I pressed it. Yeah, man. It's get the public speaking down, get the courage down, get it under your belt. You'll be good to go. Trust me. You're still young. You still got a shit ton of years ahead of you to the meek inherit health. They do. Super drunk though. It's not a way to live your life. Moombacore. Is it Moombacore? Yeah. Moombacore. Like Mumbai. We're doing Moombacore, boys. Jesus Christ. All right, well, fuck all the landlords. No, nothing personal. I'm not taking a dig at your dad. It's just politics. It's just business. Fuck landlords. But I'm good that you can get a deal. I'm glad that you can get a deal. I'm glad that you can sort of undermine the system, as it were, and you don't have to pay extra for it. It's a long political sojourn that we'd have to change gears for. I don't know if we want to or not. Let's just say we have opinions. Yeah. I dig this. Both, actually. So, Moomba Core. I kind of dig this shit. A little dubsteppy too, while we're at it. Oh, I don't rent to people. It's long and complicated. Let's just put it that way. And not everybody wishes to own in particular markets. Finances are more... Philosophy, economics, and personal finances are far more complicated the older you get, and not that simple to be seen as a, generally speaking, for a 19-year-old. Now, I don't want to talk down to you from like an ageist point of view, but things are a little more complicated than just as simple as, well, if you don't like paying rent, why don't you buy a house? Or if you don't like landlords, why don't you... So, far more... Yeah. How are your balls complicated? How the fuck are your balls complicated? Socialism is my retirement plan, says Taco. Look at you, Taco. Rank capitalism writ large. Like, that's some, like, ANCAP shit. Definitely libertarian. Definitely libertarian. Like, neo-American libertarianism, too, in Macedonia, which is interesting, by the way. That's a unique phenomenon, if there ever were. What am I looking at in shared content? Oh, yeah, the super spreader in chief ad. Let's watch it. All right, we'll temporarily pause
I just
it.
left Walter Reed Medical Center, and I learned so much about coronavirus. And now I'm better, and maybe I'm immune. I don't know. I stood out front. Nobody that's a leader would not do what I did. And I know there's a risk, there's a danger, but that's okay. But I had to do it. And one thing that's for certain, I led.
Yeah, it's the Lincoln Project. Oh, no, this is the Republican voters against Trump. All right, I'm sorry. I thought this was another one of the Lincoln Project ones. I love that he's trying to reclaim. He's trying to claim the high ground. Like, I had to do it as a leader, even though he's just a narcissistic piece of shit. Because nothing is a monolith, Tolstoy. People are people, and we're free to have disagreements, despite the fact that I can disagree with family members. Doesn't mean I'm not a member of the family. It just means I may not agree with them. Think of it like that. The world is full of grays and nuance that most people will spend their lives attempting to get you to not recognize. well, that makes you a loyal friend. But I hope that you have lines that you will not cross, even for your closest of friends. I hope you have some sort of ideology, some sort of philosophy, some sort of morals that mean more to you than loyalty. Yeah. Like, there are some things that you should value. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh. I would shake you. I would shake you. Like, if I were there, I'd just be shaking you. Bros before hoes. That's all I got for you. The most politically incorrect statement of the era that I could probably make as a leftist. Like, I'm sorry. I've never forsaken friends over a relationship. All right, I don't like this one. That's valid, Joe. That's valid. Oh. Oh, the two presidential valets who carry the nuclear football also tested positive for coronavirus, by the way. It's gonna take out the entire fucking chain of command if we're not careful. The Marine General came down with it. A Marine General came down with it at a meeting at the Pentagon. Like, it's there now, right? Like, it has entered the annals of governance in the United States, and it is spreading like wildfire, apparently. It's now a national security issue. No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't want that. You don't want your politicians having that. Trust me. This is not... We need less of them, but, you know, spreading in the annals. That sort of nationalistic fervor is the last thing you need. And to back it with nuclear weapons is not what you want. Oh, close, back, there we go. Lots of people are very nationalistic. What is going on? There we go. Jesus Christ. That doesn't make it right. Nation states are a stupid idea for the global 21st century. You drew some humans long before you drew an imaginary line in the sand and then said that this side is called blah 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 and that side is called blah blah blah. And if you cross that imaginary line in the sand, we reserve the right to shoot you. It's a stupid idea. Your culture is dead people's baggage. The traditions, the practices, all of those things that you value, by all means, keep them, cherish them. But don't think that they're unique to your country. Don't think that they don't share common threads with other cultures. Don't think that they haven't been born of times and places long gone that weren't necessarily Macedonian. This is the thing. It all shares a common root. It's all human. And it's time we grow up as a species. Yeah, Russia is Russia is a bit more fluid with its border. We used to be too. Hey, you know that border over there? It's over there now. It's time we grow up as a species. You're in Macedonia, Tolstoy, right? You're in Macedonia. I'm speaking to you from Las Vegas, Nevada in the United States in near real time, right? Throw it over in shared content so it sticks around, Zero. Hang on, let me put it on the screen. Zero made this. It's not inaccurate, let's just put it that way. It's a solid political compass meme. Thank you, Zero. I like the pixel art too, by the way. Well, you're different, but not completely different. And that's what people have to remember. Oh yeah, we'll turn that into a Discord emote. It won't read very well, but I'll do that. That's no big deal. Are those? I may tweak some of the transparency on it a little bit. Here, let me do a quick test run here. Server settings, emoji, upload. I'm going to call it Zero Compass. And okay, so I'm gonna pull it out of the landing page, Zero. Don't take any offense. Now that you've got it in the shared content. There you go. I'm gonna tweak the transparency on those corners after a bit and re-upload it. But thank you very much, Zero. Cool. No, not that much, but a significant amount. Because all life shares common ancestry. There we go. So 90% gene regulatory, 50. So what's the? Okay, so the gene regulatory and protein mapping portion of your DNA makes up about 50%. Makes up about 2% of your DNA. So your genes make up about approximately 2% of your DNA. You share approximately half of your genes with bananas. Okay, so you share about 1% of your DNA structure with bananas, but half of your gene structure is common with bananas. So there you go. The more you know. An American reference only. Because we're all made from... Oh, Jesus Christ, me, Trey. Hang on. I kind of want to do that right now. I really kind of want to do that right now, and that will not take me long. So I'm going to put you boys and girls and everything else that you may choose to be, because I don't discriminate, and quite frankly, I don't care. All right, so let's knock some of this transparency out. How did you do this by hand, Zero? Is this just by hand pixel art? Because if so, like, you know, good job. And last one. Cool. Export. 0 compass. PNG. Cool. No, clear that. All right, now bring you fucking kids back down here. All right, emoji, delete, upload, 0 comp. Oh, did I miss a section? I missed a section. God damn it. Missed the top. Top middle. There we go. All right. Upload. 0 compass. There we go. Yes, that's much better. I like it with the transparency. There we go, boys and girls. All right. If you want Zero's political compass, then there she be. Oh, okay. Now let me, what are we back to? Jesus Christ. No, that does not mean eating a banana is a cannibalism, Tolstoy. Like, I kind of like the logical process on that one, though. Retry, don't make my oppression invisible. Oh my god. The left wants mandatory weed use to suppress dream violations. Dude, I so much prefer back when I was a regular stoner and I didn't have dreams. Oh my god. They're just... I much prefer the downtime that being stoned and asleep brings, as opposed to the, like, absolute shenanigans that my brain gets up to when I'm, well, sober or on other things than weed. Okay, this song sucks. Gammer, The Drop, featuring Gister or something. Either way, it sucks. I gotta say, Monster Cat doesn't have a large enough library to justify their fucking actual subscription. Worst part of giving it up, the subsequent nightmares. Yes, I agree. And for me, one of my recurrings that pops up once every 6 months to a year, that sort of thing, is all fucking Dream of the Ex. And that's always a mind fuck. You know, you never want to dream of the emotional abuser. Like, that's always a rough one when you wake up and you're like, oh shit. Because there's a portion of my subconscious somewhere that still, like, vaguely yearns, like, or wants to have fixed what it was or something like that. I haven't had that one for a lot of years, but I did have it one time, going into sophomore year in high school. That's how fucking impactful that dream it was. Yeah, I've had it, but just once, and that's a mindfuck of a fucking dream. The teeth falling out dream, dude. That's a rough one. I tend to have the chase ones. Either I have two versions of the chase dream that are regular, that make regular appearances. The one where my legs just burn and sort of like don't function correctly and I can't get away and I'm trying to get away, and they just don't want to work correctly, like you're running through mud or something. And then there's another one where I'm flying, like literally flapping arms, flying sort of thing, and just struggling to get away from something. And it's just ever so tiring and ever so wearing of an experience. And then I have fun trying to get away ones like bank robbery. Me and one of my buddies robbed a bank in a dream one time. And, we're eluding the police on the freeways and that sort of thing. Yeah, the fight or flight training instinct is what most scientists assume that is, or most scientists have concluded that to be, is that when people have that sort of I'm being chased and trying to get away, that's your brain exercising fight or flight. So, yeah. Bank robbery dream sounds fun. Never had one of them. Yeah, that one stuck out. Taco, when I don't smoke regularly, I have high degree of control over my dream state. I tend to notice inaccuracies with reality that can exert influence if I try to control too much. I wake up, though. I don't know. I will attempt this, and then we'll see. Me, Trey. Like, why are you hammering this nail over and over? Like, what is to be gained from this line of conversation at this point?
Street.
All right, what's up, bitches?
Oh, not much.
We're talking about psychology because we both know
We're
that
talking about Freud.
psychology.
Yeah.
Not just Freud, but also Eric Erikson, who kind of came after Freud, made it more about psychosocial, like more about like the socioeconomic thing, rather than just talking about kids who wanted to suck dick.
I prefer.
Like, seriously, Freud was fucked up.
Oh, come on.
yeah.
He was just an Austrian cokehead. Nothing wrong with that.
Exactly.
He also
Who stole
he also,
most of
like,
his ideas from his grad students.
He's also a huge Puritan. Like, he was like super anti-masturbation, at the same time like ascribed the idea that 3-year-olds wanted to suck dick. So like, and that all women had penis envy.
A lot of women do have it.
Some men do.
Alright.
It's unfair. Yeah, of course. No, it's
And
like
then
unfair.
It's-
Why
it's-
do you get to get that
It's
thing?
almost like blanket statements never work.
Mhm.
That's a blanket statement.
Very good. Very good, Grasshopper. You're catching up.
I know. It's like then, like so. My psychology teacher, like in this class, well, actually, just general director of the program.
And he timed up.
And he's gone. I literally just adjusted his volume up to like
I
what's
actually turned it down. Zero and Elite. That's nothing personal. It's just very late, and I have a light headache, and you talk so fast. I can talk like that too, but like when I'm tired, I have a headache. It's like,
yeah, okay. Betray had a bit going. Got it. Yeah, Betray said blanket statements never work. Don't minimize my oppression. Oh.
lovely.
What do you bet he's still talking?
I can't hear him.
No, I know. I'm just saying, what do you bet he's still talking?
Who said that?
That sounds like something Zero would do. Like, he'd be completely disconnected. Like,
Oh yeah, right. He just
Oh.
keeps going and going. And
There he
going
is.
and going.
Hang
There
on.
he is.
okay,
Huh?
so you've been gone for like, what, 60, 90 seconds? Something like that?
Did you keep talking?
Me?
Yes, you.
Yeah.
You didn't hear me?
No.
No. You did keep
Was I
talking.
muted, or
No, you weren't muted.
No.
you just didn't hear me?
Not a
You just
word.
timed out.
That's sad.
And I just said to Joe, I said, what do you bet he's still talking?
Why was I muted? Oh, damn it! I'm sorry.
You weren't.
I'm not going to repeat all that. 'cause
Yeah,
I'm out of breath now.
you weren't functionally muted. You were just not there.
How does that even work?
That was brilliant. It worked out exactly like I thought it would too. Like it's just something happened and Zero's still going.
I don't ever stop talking until I'm out of breath.
Oh. Well, I'm not going to give you the same
So-
advice I gave Tolstoy. Please don't take a speech and debate or drama class. We don't need to teach you that skill set.
Don't worry. I don't,
Well,
like,
actually,
my only real rule for debating is that I try and debate in good faith until someone starts using ad hominem bullshit.
mm,
And like I'll admit my mistakes. That's basically what I do. And it wouldn't really work out if I was a politician per se. I'd get fucking annihilated.
Mitre, we need to teach him to yield.
oh yeah.
What does that even mean in this context?
To yield your time, to yield the floor.
Alright then.
That's actually a correct way to do it. He's learning. It's scary.
I'm learning. Oh my god.
Smarty pants.
Okay, please stop. I'm not 7.
They grow up so fast.
Oh god.
I'm gonna try to
So like,
look at the emotes in chat here.
let's see.
I mean, the longer I look at the thing you did there, Zero, I like it more.
You
Works
never.
well.
I didn't get an answer. Did you just by hand pixel art?
Oh no, I did a digital pixel art.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm not as impressed.
Well, it was still. It wasn't like I used some sort of special program with lines and stuff. I did it dot by dot, but I still
Oh.
did it digitally.
Oh no. That's yeah. That's what I meant. Like,
Yeah.
was it like just straight up pixel art? You just did pixel by pixel?
Yeah,
Oh, well
I used
then.
a pen and stuff. I thought you meant like that. I don't know what you. I'm dumb. It's also like late for me.
Then I renege my loss of impression, and I am
Who the fuck
duly
saws
impressed
renege?
again.
Who the fuck says renege?
Somebody who grew up
I
with
guess
a
you the fuck
judge
says renege.
as a father, as a stepfather.
Doesn't that just mean renegotiate?
It means to go back on.
Yeah, that too, but I thought it also. I need sleep.
Yeah, it's to fail to carry out a contractual obligation.
Okay.
Mitre saying another lesson, Zero, lie. Oh,
Brilliant.
claim that you did the impressive thing.
How do you know that I didn't? How do you know that I didn't lie?
Because you admitted you didn't. Let's see, Euchre. I don't know where. Let's look up etymology online. Which, by the way, if you don't know etymology online, it was the work of one dude. And it is a marvelous resource for everybody. It is within the English language, at least.
No, everyone speaks English, didn't you know?
I wish they would.
Oh, you sounding a bit like a Republican.
I don't pick Mandarin. I don't give a shit. Just pick one language is all I'm after. Like,
Mandarin's a little bit harder to learn. Like English doesn't make any sense in terms of rules. Even French
That's
has
the cultural
more.
reset or something.
you know, like I said, I don't give a shit what it is, but I can send a dick pic to the subcontinent in like 56 milliseconds. So the world is
And they'll understand what it means.
too goddamn
mean-
big. I mean, too goddamn small
Actually,
for
they
what
will- actually-
for multiple languages.
Actually, they won't even. They won't see anything. They'll be like, "That's not." They're not even gonna block you because they didn't see the dick. They just saw a bunch of hair.
Medieval Latin is where it finds its basic origin, and it's refuse.
Latin's a much better language than English. English, like
Oh, fuck
English
no.
just
No,
sucks at things.
no.
Like,
Hell no.
Like,
What the hell are you
no.
talking about?
Um,
Germanic language,
seriously,
there we
like-
go.
English sucks. I'm being serious. Like cough, thought, though. These are all versions. These are all words with OUGH that all sound completely different.
Uh,
There's like
so
maybe, there's
so
almost no cases. Like it's so inconsistent, the language.
so
English is my
everyone
first
knows
language.
when Taco posted the definition as he found it in a dictionary, because it has neg in the word renege, the auto mod flagged it.
Oh wow.
I hate this PC bullshit. I hate this PC bullshit. Look, I'm not looking to try and scream the N-word to the fucking roof from the rooftops, but that's fucking stupid. Like, this is why technology doesn't work for censorship. It just doesn't work. Fuck me. Yeah. Like, I'm like blinkingly stupid. That was just bad. Oh my god. Fucking yeah, I got like the notice on the side of the screen, like, you know, pay attention to me, auto mod, and it's for a fucking definition of renege. God damn, we've gone over the fucking waterfall on this one. Yeah, not originated but used in cards. You know. Proto-Indo-European, Latin, they all share this stuff. Which is incidentally where my where Kai comes from. How many of you have been around long enough to know that Kai is short for something?
Mordecai.
No, but that's as good a guess as
That's
any.
the one you want to change to, though, right?
No.
Something with Mordecai, I could swear.
Nope. Taco saying big dictionary, trying to sell more dictionaries. No, it's short for Kylo.
Ah, right.
And Kylo
It's
is
so long hair.
Proto-Indo-European for wholeness, wellness of good omen.
Right, I mixed that up completely because that I remember the explanation of the name, like the meaning. That I remember, but I
Yeah.
forgot the actual.
But you can't. Luckily I've been using it longer than fucking Star Wars decided to use a fucking character named Kylo. 2, it's spelled differently. And 3, I don't like Kylo because it sounds vaguely, I don't know. It sounds vaguely Asian, and it just didn't represent what I wanted. So I shortened it to Kai, and then I made it my name. Which, by the way,
By the way, I
Okay.
think it's. I always thought it's easier to change your name in the States than it is here.
no, it's fucking impossible here. It's such a pain in the ass. Ugh.
Did it used to be different?
Britain is the easiest. The UK is literally the easiest place on earth to change your fucking name.
Because in Germany, it's not that easy either.
It's amazingly simple to do in. Zero is gone.
Yeah, like 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, it's astoundingly easy to do. You go onto the deed poll website, you fill out your current information, you fill out the new name that you want, and in 2 weeks they send you a deed poll register saying your name has changed.
Damn.
It used to be even simpler because there's no such thing as a legal name in their as a legal construct within their system. And
Seriously?
so what you used to be able to do is all sorts of things. If you wrote down your new name on a napkin in a bar and then just held it up and said, "I declare my name is," that's effectively changing your name. If you convince all of your friends to call you a different name, then that's effectively changing your name.
I think there's a little bit to do with never being conquered by a different empire, or especially the French Empire, because like the Dutch didn't have that either, and then they got conquered by the French Empire, by Napoleon and whatever, and then they were all forced to choose legal names.
Yeah, it's literally the easiest country on the fucking planet to change your name. You just go to a website, and this is my name, and they send you a fucking thing that shows that's your name now. And it's free. There's not even a charge. It's just, okay. If you want it faster, you can get it faster, and you can pay for express shipping or that sort of thing. But the fact of the matter is no, it's so amazingly easy. In the States, you have to Here's the process. 1, you have to file a petition with the court. You have to show just cause with a judge. You have to fill out an argument statement for that judge to go over as to why they should approve your name change. Then, if they approve your name change, which, by the way, there's filing fees of hundreds of dollars for this. If they approve your name change, then you have to publish your name change in a legal register and or, depending on state, newspapers. And you have to declare to your community that you are legally changing your name. You then have to have a certificate of publication sent over from those to those. You just get your stepdad to do it. It hasn't been a judge for a significant number of years. And then you get the certificate of publication sent over to the courthouse, and then the judge will certify your name change, and then you have to pay for certified copies of that declaration of name change at $5 to $15 per certified copy. And every group and entity and department that you interact with is going to want their own certified copy. So every insurance company, hey, Brooke.
And I thought German bureaucracy was a nightmare. What the fuck?
Yes, this is the process of changing your name in the United States, and it's it's something I'm familiar with, and so it's fucking ridiculous.
Oh wow! In Germany, a change of name costs up to 1,022 euros.
Oof. Yeah, ours doesn't. Some states
for the family name.
Some states cost more, but because it's a per state thing. Oh, yeah. Oh no. If you get married, or you're a victim of domestic abuse, most states will fast track it. Now, try changing your name as a woman without the marriage and see how fun that process is.
Jesus.
Oh. Come here. I'll kiss him. I love these people. I always like the visual, right? Like somebody walks into a room. Oh, are you in chat, Joe? Like, are you seeing this?
What? Oh no, I was reading something about how to change your name in Germany. What happened?
Go to the Twitch chat.
I see it. Yeah, it's just me.
I always love the visual, like, right? Like the internet is this sort of visual entity, this literal entity. And so somebody just like kicks open a door, walks in and screams Trump 2020, and then just sort of walks out. And you're like, that seems sane.
Yeah. Totally no. They're totally sane.
Yeah, like that seems like a well-adjusted person. I'm
sadist.
Yeah, I'm sure their political opinion should be valued, and the level of discourse that they will bring will certainly elevate the conversation.
Yeah, and then they're confused when we call them fucking idiots, degenerates.
Yeah, I always love that visual because they do that. Trump supporters do that all the time. They just walk into rooms and scream Trump 2020. And you're like, imagine doing that in real life.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, they do it in real life.
Not all of them, but a lot. They do, yeah.
When they're not busy screaming white power out of their fucking pickup truck. It's adorable,
but he's
though.
good for business, Kai. He's good for business.
Except he isn't. Steel production is
that's
like
a fun thing.
like everything's down. Like
about.
the economy's fucking tanked. Wall Street is not the economy, and these fucking class trader morons who don't understand their own position within the class structure somehow think they're the next Warren Buffett or something. And they're like, "Well, Wall Street's up. Congratulations." We're just gonna march our way into fucking nonsense. Brooke, how did your recording go? How did you like your new microphone? because Brooke finally dropped the fucking pretty penny on an SM7B. And how'd that turn out for you, Brooke? Good. Moving up to the big leagues. That way she doesn't have to share her microphone with her husband either.
Man, I gotta take care of that cash situation. It's getting annoying.
I'm sure it sounded nice as me, Trey. But bump. Yeah, dude, the money thing is fucking. It's such a fucking drag. The money thing is such a goddamn drag.
Yep.
It's just so stupid.
But fair, to be fair, I've never done my taxes, and I would get around 2K in returns. So I should just do that.
If you lived in the U.S. and you had never done your taxes, you'd be in jail.
Really? No, you don't have to do your taxes in Germany.
Oh.
You're just like, sure, we'll keep it.
No, it's a thing here.
Yeah, no. If you're like a freelancer or you have your own business, then you have to do it. But if you're just a citizen, you're just employed.
Yeah, no, it's and yeah, it's fucking hilarious here. Like you're responsible for filing your taxes correctly, and you're like, well, do you know how much I owe? Yeah, we know exactly how much you owe,
But
and
we don't
if
get it.
you fuck it up, we'll throw you in jail. So why don't you tell me the number? No, doesn't work that way. Like this is such an abusive relationship we're in this country. So our mixer actually wouldn't pick it up. It was an awful time. Like the mixer just stopped altogether and the audio was picking up through the webcam. So we had to unplug the webcam, just get the regular mic to work. So 2 mics will start next week, hopefully.
You'll figure it out.
I don't know, like without hands-on troubleshooting, but like I said, that microphone is super gain hungry. So like if your microphone has like a threshold, I'm sorry, if your mixer has a threshold that has to be crossed before it'll actually activate or detect an audio stream or an audio signal, then you may be looking at an inline gain booster. But again, it could be something else entirely. Me, Trey, I didn't do my taxes for 6 years. Then they told me they'd fine me if I didn't do it, so I did, and I got a 15,000 refund. That's a nice one. Yeah, like do your taxes or we'll fine you. Okay, I did my taxes. You owe me $15,000. Shit, we didn't mean like that. No, yeah, they could have just kept his money. Like, if they just kept their mouth fucking shut. Yeah, the U.S. is such a fucking abusive relationship at this point. It's ridiculous. What do we got? Oh, yeah, Eric Trump claimed that his father, quote, literally saved Christianity. Seriously, he said just that.
What? Seriously?
Well,
oh,
Eric is dumb.
well, why am I even surprised?
Okay,
Yeah, oh no, Eric's super dumb.
he's dumb. Like we all know, Eric is. He's a little.
You know that one comic, that one Trump, like.
The Showtime one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Stephen Colbert Showtime one.
They always.
I'm Eric.
I'm Eric.
They pegged him pretty hard. Neither of us know anything about audio, so it's always an adventure, but Google is typically a good friend. DuckDuckGo. Yeah, no. And if you get really hung up on it, throw me your mixer specs, and I'm at least familiar with the other side of what you're setting up. So I'll throw you an assist if you need. My Brooks podcast episode tonight was about the Salem witch trials, and I'm sure all of those people claim the exact same thing, so nothing has changed in 300 years. Brooke, have you seen the video game Drake Hollow? If not, it's loosely surrounding. It's drawing from the Salem witch trials mythology, the mythos, and it's definitely sort of in the Massachusetts area, but in like a magic dimension and stuff. And it's, you know, a pleasant resource management sort of. You might enjoy it. You might enjoy it. Of course, you have 0 space on your hard drive because you have every the Sims extension ever fucking created, apparently. So I don't know why I'm even bringing it to your attention. Anyway, back to Eric Trump's insanity. He said, he's literally saved Christianity. I mean, there's a full-out war on faith in this country from the other side. I mean, the Democratic Party, the far left, has become the party of the quote-unquote atheists. They want to attack Christianity. They want to close churches. They want to, you know, they're totally fine keeping liquor stores open, but they want to close churches all over the country. I wasn't aware of this policy push. Did you hear Joe Biden during the presidential debate say, you know, we're closing the churches? You know, he's a Catholic and all, but I mean, I'm sure he slipped it in there somewhere. These people are fucking. I mean, Eric is dumb, right? He's arguing in bad faith, though. Yeah, exactly, Brooke. But there's people in that audience that I guarantee cheered, that guarantee applauded, that I guarantee were sitting there nodding their dumbass heads, that were going, yeah, he's making a lot of sense. We're so fucked. Even if we win this election, even if we turn the Senate, these people are going to fight us and fight us and fight us. I don't see how we come back from this. There's too much rampant anti-intellectualism. There's too much rampant misinformation and disinformation. It's just fucked.
Yeah.
Like what?
It's getting hard to care, honestly.
Like what the fuck are we supposed to do? Let's try that one. Do you see mods? This is hilarious. Like GoLang comes in and says an anarchist Twitch channel with mods. I think that's the Kappa. Like there's no mod action in chat. There's no mods in chat. There's no fucking like there's nothing happening. I like how
Also, there's rules in Anarchy too.
yeah, anarchy doesn't mean chaos. You fucking smooth brain.
He needs to read some books.
Like Jesus Christ. Go yell Trump 2020 somewhere and do you. Yeah, this is not that genre either. I swear. Yeah, Monster Cat's genre.
He's not a Trumpy. He's an authoritarian socialist. He's a commie, authoritarian commie. And he's
Oh, well then go yell Mao 2020 somewhere and call it a day. Winnie the Pooh 2020.
Just looking at his thing here, Golang and his profile, he has like a Soviet anime character. Nazbol.
Yeah, fucking hilarious.
No, but he has this video here. I can't. No, he's not offline. It's just he's not live. Just too tired new to Switch.
Yeah, nonsense. I saw the fucking Trump fucking yelling like shit on Rush Limbaugh and saying, "Ooh, he said the F word." Like, who gives a shit? I mean, like this guy was presidential to start with. This is probably the most presidential thing he's ever done, quite frankly, is yell like, you know, what was the exact statement? If you fuck around with us, like that's probably the most presidential thing he said. So, yeah, it's talking about Iran, and
Huh. Well, I have to take that back about Golang. Apparently, he posted his 8 values thingy and whatever. Libertarian communism. Okay. Well, whatever.
press X to doubt.
Yeah, right? Yeah, we know you were just making a little bit fun, but it's all good, Golang.
Did you see Twitter's advisory? They shut down 130. Yes, I did. The 130 Iranian accounts during the first debate.
Why?
Associated with the Iranian military and a propaganda campaign.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't shut down ours. But I suppose they're home-brewed, homeborn ones.
Hmm.
Don't bite the hand that feeds you, that sort of thing.
At least so far.
Yeah, and the New England Journal of Medicine broke their 208-year fucking rule. The New England Journal of Medicine doesn't get political. They don't enter the fray, right? They're a peer-reviewed scientific medical journal, like of the highest caliber. They don't fuck around. They don't get political. That's not what they do. 208 years, they fucking come out with an editorial saying, "Do not reelect this man." Like, I mean, writings on the fucking wall when the New England Journal of Medicine is like, in our best opinion, it would be advantageous for us not to reelect this man as doctors and scientists. Jesus Christ. Oh God, we're fucked. Twitter said today they're gonna hand out a lot more misinfo tags. Yeah, they're gonna hand them out after the fact, when it's after everything's said and done. Like, that's the thing. Just like Facebook isn't gonna accept political ads like 3 days before the fucking election or some shit like that. Like, you're like, oh wow, that really will do a whole lot of good. Thanks. Like, oh, we've already eroded the foundations of civilization itself. But hey, look, we threw a pithy tag on, and see, everything's better. We cool?
Yeah, these 3 days in a whole year will make all the difference.
Fucking, I mean, the U.S. election cycle seems like it's 19 years long anyway.
Mm-hmm. Also, I'm kind of amazed at how many people in the United States don't realize that they can already vote.
Yeah,
Like the day of the election day is the end.
yeah, no, we the Nevada ballots go out. It went out 2 days ago. So they're somewhere in our mail system. Let's see, what do we got? What is? We'll see what Psytrance manages to throw up for this fucking genre shitfuckery.
Which website are you checking?
It's Monster Cat, so it's actually licensed. Like, it won't get flagged on YouTube or Twitch.
Alright.
Apparently, Brooke saying apparently Twitter also said they're disabling retweeting and people can only quote retweet, so to help stop the spread of information. And Nonsense was saying that it tried on WhatsApp, and it supposedly, I don't know where this number comes from, lessened the bullshit spreading by 40%. Let's see. Yeah, get every American hooked on Regeneron and or whatever. Remdesivir. Would be that drug. And yes, if the drug doesn't have a Q, a V, a Z, an X, then we don't take it seriously. I don't know what it is with drug naming, but that seems to be a phenomenon. Let's see. I am. Well, I mean, technically, this is supposed to be Psytrance.
Not really.
Yeah. See, we're joking. Well, okay. So Monster Cat's genre filter is probably the worst genre filter I've ever come across. Basically nothing ever, like 1 out of 10 songs will meet the genre. And so yeah, we're on Psytrance right now, and I gotta tell you, not really. Like, not even close. All right.
Just checking out some new disco.
Let's try. This is just gonna get flagged on fucking YouTube, so who cares? I contest every copyright claim on YouTube, just because.
Just fuck with them.
Yeah, like if you don't respond in 30 days, I win. And I'm not monetizing the videos. I just don't want your copyright claim on my fucking video. Like, that's, you know, it's a principle thing for me. I've already won a few. Like, they don't reply. It's all automated.
Awesome.
All right, so let's look up some actual Psytrance. Let's see. Do I have? I've got progressive Psy. I've got Psydub. I've got Psybient. Let's see. Psychill. Let's look up some Psychill. See what that sounds like. Spongle. You missed an H, SH there. They do have Infected Mushroom. Infected Mushroom does a bunch of fucking Monster Cat stuff. Yeah, this meets the psychedelic right out the gate. Like it's guaranteed headed that direction. Digitally Imported is a far superior service for music delivery of the electronic genres. Never lets me down. I adore the service. Like I said, I've been with the dude since he was pirating music out of it, off of Shoutcast, through Shoutcast, out of his dorm room. But it's all hand curated. It's like a radio station. Every genre is a radio station, and it's all hand curated, and that matters. It's not just fucking robots. Oh, so let's see. What else we got going on? Oh, the Myanmar, Burma's up to it again. The Rohingya? The Muslim population in Myanmar, 100,000, something like that, living in open prisons. 130,000 living in open prisons, living under squalid and abusive conditions. Human Rights Watch called them out. I mean, is anybody surprised that Burma? I don't recognize their name change until they get their shit together. Right? Like they can claim to be Myanmar all they want. They're still Burma in my eyes. Like you're still a military dictatorship that's committing genocide on scales that, you know, yeah. Good luck with that. You can try that rebranding shit with somebody else.
Armenia and Azerbaijan apparently have a ceasefire.
Hey, look at them. Good for them.
Yeah.
Fucking knock that shit off. That's all we need is a Turkey-Russia proxy war in the region.
Yup. Don't think this will be the end of this, though. Never is.
which one, Mitre, because I know the Indonesian one was kicked off by Facebook. I don't know if the Myanmar one was. Let me look into that. Let's see.
Pakistan banned TikTok.
Yeah,
Wrong.
it doesn't look like the wait. Yeah. No, it is. Facebook is playing a role. Yep. Yep, this is the Facebook one too. Jesus Christ. I want to know the body count Facebook has. Yep, it looks like they kicked this one off in 2008. Hello,
Oh
Gorilla.
yeah, no, that's been going on for a little bit longer.
Well, this round of genocidal behavior in Burma is stemming from Facebook. So I know that kicked off in Indonesia as well. So I mean, there's at least 2 batches of, purges that were fomented by military involvement in Facebook networks in order to manipulate the populace. So, hey, Gorilla. Yeah, and a couple in Africa too. Like, I want to know what Facebook's body count is at this point. Let's see. Hang on. Do I have... Let's see what progressive Psy is like.
Man, Erdogan always looks so wimpy when he's in the Russian. He's at the Kremlin. Just let him wait for hours and hours.
Ooh, future synth pop. I want to know what that sounds like. I hate it. Goa Psytrance. That's classic fucking Psytrance territory. It's fucking Goa shit.
What I sent you?
No. Let's see. Oh, shit. We were just doing it at the same time.
No, I sent you that a few minutes ago.
No.
Yeah.
I have a Goa Psytrance channel on Digitally Imported. I didn't notice what you sent me.
Okay, I see.
We just did that at the same time.
Right.
Well, that's fun.
Oh, wait.
Like a little overlap and coincidence. What we got? Yep, that's Goa Psytrance.
Oh yeah. I missed. Haven't been in a party like that for quite some time. I kind of missed that.
I don't care, Gorilla. I don't care. Right? Like this is the thing. He's asking, what do you think about protesters taking down historical statues of Confederate leaders?
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
Well, but they're not historical statues. They're
They're-
cheap shit
they're-
things put
one,
up during the.
They
during
went
the-
up between 1964 and 1989. They're not historical statues. 2,
Yeah,
they're statues of traitors. Okay?
Yeah.
These were people who committed sedition and acted directly against the cause and the interests of the United States. They were traitors. They committed treason. They're statues of traitors that were put up by racist reactionaries who were reacting to the civil rights movement. So, fuck them. Who cares? Take them down. But my culture... Your culture sucks then, if that's part of your culture. And that's coming from somebody who lived in the Deep South. Yeah, and Curio's fucking... Yeah, smash, Hulk smash, wreck it. Fucking Curio's a southerner. Like, even he's like, fuck those statues. Like, come on. That's some bullshit.
I know a few people from the south too, especially in Texas, and they're just like, They're good people and they're just suffering. It's like hell there for them.
Like, best advice: but my culture idolizes racist men. Like I said, then your culture sucks. So I'm okay making that judgment. Like, you know, I'm okay making that statement. Like, you know, if that's your claim that that's your culture, then, well, fuck your culture. And then it's history though. Then put them in a museum where they belong.
So, do I get you right? We Germans can put up our statues of Adolf Hitler again?
Yeah, I know. Like, it's a nonsensical argument.
Yeah, it's such dumb. I know, man. It's funny.
Fuck yeah. Even I'd be, like, I'm not a NASCAR guy, but I'd be down for Dale Earnhardt and some Brooks and Dunn statues. Like, put up some shit, like, that matters. Maybe some of the black people who are killed, you know, in Tulsa when we burned fucking Black Wall Street. By we, I mean a bunch of assholes, not me. Boots are for scooting, not licking. Yeah. And again, it's not history in that context. Like we said, those statues are not, those are contemporary statues. Okay, so this isn't like a Roman, a Greco-Roman statue that has a lineage dating back, you know, 1,000 years. I don't really care what Trump said. You know, didn't Trump say that people who take down statues will be arrested? Because he's the law and order president? I mean, really? We're gonna turn to that criminal fuck for our guidance on what is legal and moral? Come on. Trump isn't a valid source of it for anything, says Taco. No, he's a valid source for syphilis, COVID, and payments to prostitutes. Oh, and if you need to launder some money, oh, Jesus Christ, Curio, put it in a rest stop on Discord. We'd love to see it there. And also, he's if you need to launder some money through your children's cancer charity, Trump also probably a good place to look at. You know, not how to do it well, seeing as he got caught and is no longer allowed to run charities in New York as a result of that. But you know, definitely something to turn to him for, I guess. I love this fucking, you know, it's our culture. It's our history. They're fucking racist, slave-owning traitors. Like, I mean, do you want to talk to fucking Joe on the line? As a German, he could probably school you on people you shouldn't be building statues to. Just because they're your fucking history doesn't mean shit. Jesus Christ.
We made it fucking illegal.
No. No, Curio. Rest stop, not shared content. Rest stop, not shared content. As I'm deleting it as he's putting it in. Oh, does he not have... Hang on, Curio. There you go. Curio, you can see it now. All right. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? He wasn't marked as an OG. Yeah, I mean, that's got to be one of the craziest things for you as a German to see argued in America. Like,
yeah, it's absolutely absurd. Like we had some racist asshole on a German talk show from America recently. I forgot her name actually. I just vaguely. I don't follow the news that much, man. All that outrage shit. But she actually said, yeah, there's the main reason she thinks why like black people are blah 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 in the States acting like this, so it's a clear like genetic predisposition in black people for more violent. It's just a fact. It's just like. Whoa! Like the host kind of took her apart and shit, but like they handled that too. That was too, like, most people in Germany lost their fucking shit. It's like, you even let her speak, like this fucking misinformation and blah. I actually have to check the story out.
Okay,
The
yeah.
show's called Markus Lanz, if you're interested.
T- we'll we'll see if fucking Taco. There's an approval process. I'll get you into the. I'll bring it up. Hang on. Who's in there? All right. I'll see if we can get you in there. Like I said, it's not straight up. Gorilla saying, didn't Trump ban Muslims from America right after he got elected? In the words of my friend and yours, Meat Tray, if you're gonna be a troll, be funny. Like, you're just not good at it.
Oh, I don't want to watch a fucking video to read a news article.
Oh, don't you love that?
Oh, I thought I had this shit blocked. Oh, yeah, fuck it. The site's completely blocked by my plugins anyways. It's just a morning post.
I think Mitray's fucking vote on that, those who know where to look for it, know where to look for it. I think Mitray's vote is going to carry weighted on that vote for Taco, seeing as he has actually met the man. But we will see about doing a little thing there. Yeah, I utterly despise that about fucking about those sort of sites that you go to read an article and they're like, video right in your fucking face.
Yeah, it's like turn off your ad block or watch a video.
You can suck my dick. I'm not doing any of that. Like, you know, yeah, I'll leave your fucking website.
Yeah, it's not like they're the only ones who have a story about it.
So what else we got? We talked about the Rohingya in Myanmar and Burma. Like I said, I don't even, like, you know, I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to fucking talk about well, I don't know if you were, because we just got to, wait, who's trolling? Like, that just happened. It's like a minute ago.
Oh my god! Excuse me for interrupting, but apparently there's this lady from that was talking about in this talk show is called Tina Chittom or something, and she's part of a group called Republicans Overseas or something. Or what the fuck?
Looking. Got that? Can you spell that last name?
Chittom.
I don't see her in particular, but the Republicans overseas are definitely a thing. Hey, Netflix, what's up, my man?
Okay.
Curio is claiming that he canceled the debates. He had to put his foot down. Well, you know, sometimes you got to do what you got to do, man. I understand. You know, next time maybe a little consult. You know, run it up the flagpole a little bit, but I completely understand. You know.
Well, okay, she skirted around it. Apparently, she said something around. This also has to do with genetical stuff.
Oh,
the
Jesus
criminality
Christ.
with, people of
She
color.
might as well start talking about phrenology while she's at it.
Yeah, and then the basically the interviewer, the moderator was like, "Excuse me," and then she immediately said like, "Well, I don't think that it's genetically bound. Like
No.
that's the
That's just
Easy.
racist bullshit that you're spouting now. Like, yeah. Gorilla would like to know what you think about Angela.
I'd never vote for her. I never did vote for her. I don't like her party. I did not like a lot of things that she did. She did some okay things, but I don't hate her like a lot of people do. Like, I have like a basic fuck ton of criticisms that I bring forth against pretty much any leader or government or state, most like countries already. So that's already given for me. So that makes it a little bit easier to not like run around hating shit.
I mean, she seems at least
She's
like a
consistent.
competent human being
She's
on some level.
Exactly, she's consistent. What I like about her, she's not a fucking lawyer. She's intelligent, and she has like doctors in physics.
Physicist, right? I was gonna say, like, she's
Well, two things. She has two doctorates.
chemistry and physics, right?
Yeah, and she got them from a, well, not
Im-
really socialist country. but-
Eminently well qualified woman. And yeah, I love that image of her sitting there at the table with Ivanka Trump just staring at her. Like,
Yeah, it's
how the fuck are we equals?
yeah.
Yeah, I legitimately felt her,
I mean,
felt her in my soul in that picture. Like yeah, the trust fund heiress handbag designer is somehow sitting
Yeah.
next to me.
Merkel's a little bit more power hungry, or became a little bit more power hungry over Korea and stuff. But like, if I have to compare her to like all the other shit that's around, she looks decent enough, passable. But I disagree with most of her politics. But also,
What's the party
it's
name
more of
again?
a-
It's Christian something or other.
it's a Christian Democratic Union.
There we go. Are they actually like, okay, as an American, are they properly Christian? Like, are they about it, or are they just sort of like European Christian?
They're definitely more Christian,
Okay.
but a little bit more European. But it's still a little bit like the Catholics. You know,
Mm.
it's more Catholic, and Catholics are just mostly.
Well, didn't you
Catholics.
hear? You need to come visit the Deep South in the U.S. Catholics aren't Christian.
Huh?
Oh yeah, that's a thing here. That's a thing. That's how deep our divisions go, right? There are Christians in this nation that will argue Catholics aren't Christian.
But that's the R word.
Like it's just it's insane. A Curio probably has come across that before. Being a Southerner, being in the Deep South, he likely has come across that before. The Catholics aren't like true Christians. Yeah, it's we're fucked in the head, bro.
Well, no. So see, like the Catholics here, there's like a religious crazies here as well, but they're like more Christian, like European Christian, but still like fucking you will go to hell, blah blah blah. if you don't
Yeah,
do some
and
shit.
Netflix.
But it's not. But it's more. It's a little bit more honest than that. Just blatant, greedy form of Protestantism that's in the States.
Fair enough. Netflix, you're in Kentucky too, right? I mean, you're in somewhere in the South, but I think I recall you're in Kentucky. And yeah, okay. So yeah, is it, in all fairness, neither is anything that isn't Baptist. And Kira's saying Catholics and regular Christians hate each other here. Lol.
regular Christians. It's
Yeah.
amazing.
Oh, it's a thing, bro. It's a whole thing. It's a hilarious phenomenon.
This just proves more that it's ridiculous to hold to be so fucking narrow-minded and to have these, no, it's only this way, it's always been this way, blah blah blah, because it is so fucking obvious that we all just make this shit up as we go along.
And Curious saying Seventh-day Adventist, baby. They're fucking nuts too. They're one of that like subsects that you're just like, ooh, that's a little wacky. No, that's.
I can't think too much. I mean, I've dealt with it a lot with crazy ideologies and all that shit in my life and stuff. But I just these days I don't care that much anymore, and I just don't like to think about it because otherwise I'd just be scared shitless all the time because But it also makes me amazed. It's like, how does it even all work? How do we even all work? How does the system and all this shit even work to this extent? And we don't kill each other all the time in the streets. That amazes me too. Belief in evolution is also falling in Europe and Germany, by the way. Slowly, it's not as bad as the States, but the tendency is just bad everywhere.
Yeah,
Theory of
and
evolution.
Curio saying, don't get me started on the rift between apostolics and Pentecostals. LMAO, arguing over who has the best seizure between the pews.
But yeah, Pentecostals, the ones that just have these weird seizures and just
Okay, so
speak in tongues.
here is, for those who have not heard it, this is arguably one of the best religion jokes. It's by a guy by the name of Emo Phillips. He has a very weird affectation, for
Oh
those
yeah, that guy.
those are familiar. Once I saw this guy on a bridge about to jump. I said, "Don't do it." He said, "Nobody loves me." I said, "God loves you. Do you believe in God?" He said, "Yes." I said, "Are you a Christian or are you a Jew?" He said, "A Christian." I said, "Me too. Protestant or Catholic?" He said, "Protestant." I said, "Me too. What franchise?" He said, "Baptist." I said, "Me too. Northern Baptist or Southern Baptist?" He said, "Northern Baptist." I said, "Me too. Northern Conservative Baptist or Northern Liberal Baptist?" He said, "Northern Conservative Baptist." I said, "Me too. Northern Conservative Baptist Great Lakes region or Northern Conservative Baptist Eastern region?" He said, "Northern Conservative Baptist Great Lakes region." I said, "Me too. Northern Conservative Baptist Great Lakes Council region, Great Lakes Region Council of 1879 or Northern Conservative Baptist Great Lakes Region Council of 1912?" He said, "Northern Conservative Baptist Great Lakes Region Council of 1912. I said, "Die, heretic," and pushed him over the bridge.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, it is. It's decades old. It's a brilliant joke. It's so absurd that you're like, oh, it goes this deep. Yes, it goes this deep. Most of us are like familiar with like Baptist and Pentecostal, we've heard these terms, and then you start to get into that like Eastern Great Lakes Division Council version, and you're like, what? This is insane. Yes, it's insane.
How fucking bored are they? Do they have nothing else?
Oh, they're all splitting hairs over the stupidest thing. It's all infighting, right? Somebody makes some sort of decision, some bureaucratic decision that we're going to recognize that fish is meat or isn't meat, and now all of a sudden you have this sectarian rift between two groups.
It's something about it's a basic function of the human psyche somehow, that everything that's congruent, it's like you don't see it, and then we focus on that 1% that's different.
Are we talking really grabbing copperheads and shit? Yo, fucking Pentecostals, dude. Snake handlers. Yeah, Netflix saying, in fairness, most denominations in the area don't even know the difference between themselves. Like, truly. Honestly, it's mostly proximity to a given church that determines whether you go there rather than specific doctrine, and parental lineage, that sort of thing. Familial, that sort of blah, blah, blah.
Honestly, if I ever move to the States, the first thing I'm gonna do is fund a religion and open a church.
It's a great fucking scam.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot about free weed and stuff. Ugh.
It's a great fucking scam, and the magic R word gets you a long ways in our society. Just astounding. I was gonna say.
Just gonna steal some Protestant names so I can say like I'm a reverend or something, or I'm a whatever priest.
Yeah,
Just to use it socially or stuff, or to
I'm
get shit for
I'm
free.
ordained.
No. Yeah, you are, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty easy.
It's super easy to do. Just go online and register.
Yeah, that's not possible in Germany. I think. Gotta look into that. Well, we never accepted the Scientology. Thank God.
Oh, well, we weren't going to, and then Scientology like blackmailed the fuck out of the IRS.
No.
Yeah, they filed, I believe, 1,600 lawsuits, and then promised them all to go away if they just got their fucking status through.
And that's somehow legal.
Yeah, they like basically coerced and extorted the IRS into becoming a religion.
This is amazing. Like a tax-free recognized.
Yeah, Curio. Yep, Universal Life, baby. That's the fucking scam organization. I mean, it's fucking brilliant. Universal Life Church. They'll ordain anyone. They literally will. Just go onto their website. They'll fucking ordain you. And they are a legally recognized church.
I might do that tonight, just for shits and giggles. If I get asked tomorrow, so what did you do yesterday? Oh, I did this.
You
that,
became a-
that, and then
became a
I
priest.
got ordained. I became a priest. The
Yeah,
14-year-old boy is gonna come with the mail in a week.
Yeah, Netflix. I'm not sure whose side I'm on. On one hand, fuck the IRS. Look, fuck the IRS. But, yeah, that was... Dude, come on. We had enough problems with religion and the tax scam in this country. We didn't need Scientology getting into the fray. And I don't know... Are you... Gorilla asking, what does the plus stand for? Or is that supposed to be a cross? I don't know what you're asking there.
Eh.
Oh! Everything after the... Because the initialism keeps growing. It's never ending. So, yeah, they just... Plus... As far as I know, LGBTQIA, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer and/or questioning, intersex, asexual, plus. Do I respect religion? Honestly, not really.
Nah, me neither.
Look,
Like,
whatever.
I'm not an asshole about it.
Yeah, whatever gets you through your day, you do you.
Yeah.
I'm never going to take it from you. But if you let it enter into policy, into society, into how you treat others in any way that isn't sheerly and utterly positive and beneficial, then I'm coming for it. Like, that's the thing, is too many toxic philosophies, too much toxic behavior is backed up by people propping themselves up with religion. Just because some fucking pseudo-magical wannabe book from the fucking Bronze Age says that you get to be a dick to insert group here doesn't mean shit to me. So, yeah. But hey, if it drives you to feed the hungry and clothe those that, you know, are,
Exactly.
you know, without
There's some
clothes,
amazing religious-
I'm all for it. I'm all for it. But you cross that fucking line, and I will denounce it faster than you can fucking say, what? The Enlightenment era built modern society. Fuck that. Saying religion built modern society. Mitre, enjoy lunch with Becca's parents. Say hello to Becca. And enjoy your lunch wherever it may take you. But to say religion built modern society, modern society is born of the Age of Reason and Enlightenment,
Yup.
which was a distinct divergence from the religious dogma that had come before.
Especially religion mostly kind of stagnated, actually, the creation of our modern society.
Yeah, I know. Imagine the Star Trek
Ages,
shit we could have if we didn't have that whole era of religious oppression and crusades and
That
fucking.
hoarding of information, especially the biggest part. That's the biggest part. Keeping the people stupid, just hoarding the information, keeping it under wraps.
Taco, love it. Taco comes back with modern society's great. I'm sure they'll invent it any day now.
Good point.
No, that's civilization. But yeah, no, it's yeah. I mean, for a long time, the fucking priest class was, you know, highly covetive of, you know, knowledge, reading, literacy, mathematics. You know, they did not allow the common people to participate in these endeavors. They restrained and restricted. They caused mass global ignorance on a scale that is near incalculable. The damage that was done by the Inquisitions alone. No. Sorry.
Oh, this is amazing. I didn't know they ordained Stephen Colbert and Conan O'Brien and all of that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Universal Life.
Yeah, like I said, they ordain everyone. Like, the Universal Life Church is the biggest fucking religious scam going in this country that isn't ripping people off. Like, it is the common man's entry into the religious scam.
And I can even do it for Germany.
There you go.
No, I don't need your newsletter though. Fuck that.
Yeah, the only restriction is, like, I can't marry people in Nevada. I can marry people in any other state in this country, but Nevada has such an industry centered around weddings and divorces that you can't. Like, we have drive-through chapels here. It's a thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's such an industry for Nevada that we have more restrictive laws upon it. So you have to do per certificate and that sort of thing. Yes, I'm aware there are thousands of different religions, but only a handful of them have had an impact on global modern development in the manner in which you're attempting to make an argument for. I'm sorry, the unique religion, the religion that is unique to that particular valley within India that has a bespoke set of gods, didn't contribute on the global scale. That doesn't mean it's any greater or less than. In fact, it's probably greater in my eyes than the other major religions. But those major religions are the ones we're discussing, really, that would have had an impact on modern society, as you attempted to argue. Netflix, and also, like, to attribute modern society to just religion broadly doesn't mean anything. That reads like modern society is because X. And basically, whatever singular thing you use in place of X, you're probably not painting any kind of clear picture at all. It's almost like absolute statements like that don't work. But don't tell Schnoops's channel. If you don't want a religious wedding, you get someone who's been ordained through that church. Exactly, Brooke. Or a justice of the peace. You don't even have to have that. Like, you can just go down to the fucking local county courthouse and get hitched. No big deal. You don't need the, cherry stem between your butt cheeks and the whole whatever the fuck you're gonna do.
So, I'm ordained now.
Hey! What do I have?
This is so ridiculous.
And Joe just became a priest. It's that easy, bro. You thought you'd have to go to the seminary? You thought you'd have... No. Fucking just count on America to turn religion into fast food. Like...
It's such a mockery.
Yes. That's basically what we do with everything. It's very American. Taco saying the main difference between atheists and monotheists is that the atheists just believe in one fewer deity. And that's the thing. I'm not an atheist either. I'm an agnostic. I think it's the only rational position to take, is to say, I am but a human being in an ever expansive cosmos, the likes of which I cannot even begin to conceive of? I don't know. I don't know if there is. I don't know if there isn't. I'm pretty sure that a white dude with a beard in a robe is not going to turn out to be God. I think Occam's razor would probably prove out on that one. But fundamentally, is there something behind it all? I don't know. And anyone who tells you they know the answer is either certifiably insane or trying to get into your wallet or trying to control you.
Pretty much.
Brooke says she loves that for you, Joe. So congratulations. Congratulations. Would you like to be known as pastor or father or priest, or how should we address you?
Father.
Father. Okay, yes, Father Joe. There you go.
This is gonna go to my head the next time I'm drunk.
If you order the certificate next time you have a few bucks and get them to send you the fucking official and frame it
I
and
gotta
shit.
frame it, put it up.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah. You could get like little wallet IDs too from them, and you could get parking placards for your car.
For real?
Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna become a scam artist.
I told you, it's the biggest scam going as far as religion in this country that lets the everyman in. It's a beautiful thing. Yep. Brooke did the praise hands and Father Joe.
Very good.
Netflix saying, y'all are the crazy ones. There's one true Christian God. Dude's white. My Patreon is. Dude, I have the network for you then. Podbean.com. Podbean.com. Sign up for an account, do their live streaming, call yourself a prophet. You'll fit right in.
And this Universal Life Church is pretty cool.
No, they're brilliant. I love them to death.
Yeah.
Like, they set up a real, honest-to-God church legally in the U.S., and they said everybody's welcome. Every single person,
Unfortunately,
every
I'm
single...
I'm an idiot. I used my complete real name.
Oh, well, that's that. Yes, they made a ton of scientific discoveries during the Islamic Golden Age, but religion didn't directly contribute to that. Science did. It happened in an atmosphere of religiosity, and it was conducted by priests, so there was overlap. But I assure you, praying to God did not get you those scientific advancements.
Certainly not.
And Taco says, I'm spiritually a pantheist, but specifically do not believe in a creator or a deity, so I'm fine with being an atheist. See, people don't understand. There used to be overlap between science and religion, but the religion wasn't the science, and the science wasn't the religion. I don't know. You gonna start baptizing people? Just
Oh fuck yes.
you just walk down the street and throw water at people.
Yeah. Be blessed, my child. I bless you.
Yeah, Netflix saying hell still is in some cases. There are Christian scientists who actively separate work from home, but they are actively separate work from home. Like, that's... If you think reading your Bible and praying to Jehovah somehow helps you in your molecular, molecular studies, then maybe spiritually it does. Maybe with motivation it does. But it's the scientific rigor that you bring to that approach that actually advances it. Not the prayer part. Not the Bible part. Maybe it makes you a better person. Maybe it makes you drive yourself to that next step. And you can argue a contributory factor. But to say religion did that is a misunderstanding of the scientific process and a misunderstanding of the religious process.
Yep.
And I think the conflation of the two does harm to both.
Man, I wish they would crack open those Vatican like completely. Like most of the Vatican
The
archives
Vatican
now is
secret
actually-
archives, I would like they could they could
But there's still so many
ki-
secret
kill
parts.
me before I leave. Like, it's cool. Just let me in. And you can execute me on the way out. I don't care. I just want in. Let me see what you fuckers are sitting on.
Yeah. You have to learn a lot of languages before you go in and take in a few sacrificial translators and stuff.
You know, for the good of the cause.
Or some super dope translation program.
We're getting there. I mean, have you seen the Translate app
yeah.
on iOS 14?
No, but Google Translate's getting better too.
It doesn't have the Google privacy issues. And you know, it's on board to a certain degree. Like, a bunch of the languages are on board, but it's also conversational. So like
Yeah.
both people can speak at it, like, you know, in turn, and it just translates. Like, we're getting closer. We're getting closer to that universal translator moment.
Nice. Yeah, really, it's some parts in some societies of Islam that's somewhat true, but still.
Taco,
Just-
yeah,
it doesn't-
I've heard that about the Bible paper, that it makes for really good joint rolling. Never had to do it myself. One, I tend not to roll joints. Two, I'm not really a joint smoker, though. Pre-COVID, socially, hanging out with people, smoking a joint's a good little social exercise. But I have heard that over the years about the Bible paper. It works really well for rolling joints.
Don't think
Netflix.
that's-
Um,
it's a bit toxic. It's
Oh, the ink in it cannot be good for you. The paper's got to be treated. I
treated.
100%. Netflix, I think in that instance, you're trading one addiction for another. I think that, yes, religious programs have success in treating drug addicts. And I think that success is saying, here, that previous obsession you had? Substitute this. I don't think that it addresses oftentimes the underlying problems, and that's like, you look at Alcoholics Anonymous, which is a religious program and that sort of thing. Surrender yourself to a higher power is step number one, right? Doesn't work for agnostics or atheists. And if you check if you check the Alcoholics Anonymous little booklet on the chapter to the agnostic, what they teach you is basically just get God. I don't know why you're saying my bad, Squee. You're good. Welcome back. Are you he is drinking tonight. I was about to ask, how sober are you, if you are at all? And that's where we start to talk harm reduction, right, Netflix? And so, yeah, I understand that. Like, maybe if you could do a methadone program for the not as bad as the first time we met. So you're good. Are you sober enough that you're going to remember this interaction this time? Dude, you are hammered. Cool. All right. Well, welcome, Squee. Everybody, welcome, Squee. Good. We're having a little conversation about modern society, religion, science, that sort of stuff. You've been working out this week too. Good for you. That's healthful and good for your psyche and your body, all in one. So I'm glad you got a little of that in. Okay. Cool, you said that already. Islam condemned illiteracy and encouraged learning. And it helps when you're trying to implement a control mechanism that's text-based.
Mm-hmm. Like the Bible or the Quran.
Yeah. But, of course, the interpretation of that text is going to be left to your authority figure. But you'll be taught just enough to... Time Travel Kool-Aid is the name of this song. Ugh.
I was gonna say, what the hell was that?
Squee with the religion equals business with the fucking hot take and the true take. What do we want? Let's do some glitch hop, and I'm sure none of it will be glitch hop. Not glitch hop? I love the Monster Cat genre categories. They're amazing. Just brutal. Brooke saying, people like saying I'm Wiccan, but I'm not at all. I guess it's just the easiest group to throw me into because everybody needs a label. Spiritual beliefs can be split into complex conversations. What are you that people are tossing you into the Wiccan category, Brooke? Like, what are you up to? Because I went to high school with a girl, and her mother and herself, she was raised like proper Wiccan. And it was a very interesting learning experience. We'll just put it that way. I'm glad I got exposed to it. This sounds just like glitch hop, right? What the fuck, Monster Cat? Like, what's the point of the genres, really? Like, what's the point? Yeah, Squee. I'm from Utah. Nuff said. Netflix with the East Kentucky witches are mostly tea tree oil proponents. Yeah, the fucking East Kentucky witches are trying to sell you some like Herbalife shit. Get you on the multi-level marketing scam.
I found a hilarious, crazy story from China.
Send it over. All right, let's just for comparison's sake, I'm also going to, all right. Put on some actual glitch hop, and so we can hear what it's supposed to sound like. Love the intro. All right. All right. Yeah, we can't look at this on stream, I don't think.
No. Why? There's nothing explicit.
You know.
There's literally nothing explicit there.
All right, let's do it. Fuck it.
It's hilarious.
All right. So let's go through this article. Let me, there we go. Can I get rid of that sidebar? Jesus Christ, no. All right, so a security flaw, Cellmate, male chastity gadget hack could lock users in. A remote security flaw in a high-tech chastity belt for men made it possible for hackers to remotely lock all the devices in use simultaneously. The internet-linked sheath has no manual override, so owners might have been faced with the prospect of having to use a grinder or bolt cutter to free themselves from its metal clamp. The sex toys app has been fixed by its Chinese developer after a team of UK security professionals flagged the bug. They've also published a workaround. This could be useful to anyone still using the old version of the app who finds themselves locked in as a result of an attacker making use of the revelation. Any other attempt to cut through the device's plastic body poses a risk of harm. The workaround involves prying open the circuit board and pressing batteries against 2 of the wires to trigger the motors. Okay, so you're just bypassing the circuit board. So it looks like, what, yellow and white, yeah, are the positive and negative terminals for the probably a stepper motor. Pentest Partners, the Buckingham-based cybersecurity firm involved, has a reputation for bringing quirky discoveries to light. If I were doing it all over again, I'd emigrate and work for them. If I saw this story, I'd be like, I'm going to the UK to work for these guys. They know what they're doing. They have fun. Let's do internet security. Let's do high-tech security, but let's have a little fun with it. Fuck it. Sold for $190, which is cheap for decent male chastity. Some of the bespoke devices, some of the steel ones that are made by actual artisans, as it were, steel workers, are expensive, like hundreds and hundreds of dollars. 40,000 devices. Love it. They found a way to fool the server into disclosing the registered name of each device owner, among other personal details, as well as the coordinates of every location from where the app had been used. In addition, they could reveal the unique code that had been assigned to each device.
Well, or tunnels. Although I don't think.
Beautiful. That's bulky. Just from the ring doesn't give much room, because the way you wear one of these, that's not a really well-designed chastity device. It's all gimmicky. It's just the fact that it's electronically controlled from online is the whole deal.
It's just dumb.
Love it. I love that. Okay, Squee, just wanted to pop in for a minute. I'm going to get back to gaming. I'll be back if you're still streaming. Squee, you take care. Take care of yourself. Enjoy whatever you're playing. Feel free to say whatever you're playing next time you're in. Or I'll just check on Discord if you've got that set up. But
Sorry, 5 a.m.
let's see. Okay, let's roll back a ways. Gorilla saying, if you could time travel somewhere, where would it be, and what year would it be, and what would you change? Future. I don't give a shit about the past. The past sucked. All right? I'm going to the future. That's, maybe we exist in the future, maybe we don't. I'll find out when I get there. Hopefully I have a working time machine to use. But I'm going into the future. How far in the future? Do I have a multi-use time machine? Do I have 2 or 3 stops out of this thing? Then, you know, I might check in 100 years and then check in 500 years sort of territory. See if we're still kicking or not. And then come on back. What would I change? It depends on what I find in the future as to what I change when I come back. If I come back at all, quite frankly. If it's good, if we got shit sorted, I'm not coming back. I'm staying there. Am I pro-gun or anti-gun? I come from a long line of... my family is very well firearmed up. Let's just put it that way. I've taught firearms classes. I've taught safety classes. I have a ridiculous amount of experience handling firearms. So yes, and most leftists are actually pro-gun. What you find is neoliberals are the ones who tend to be anti-gun. Taco with the fucking hot take though, he'd squish the first thing to crawl out of the ocean. Like, nope, none of that. It's just knock that right the fuck off. Brooke responding to my query, I basically follow pagan traditions and am very into nature. I read tarot and do dream interpretations and herbs and all of the other witchy stuff, but I don't follow a set of religious rules. I don't pray for deities or anything like that. Okay. So, I mean, I'd have to investigate what most people would categorize you as, but yeah, you don't seem to, without the doctrine, you definitely don't meet the standard Wiccan criteria. Netflix saying at Taco, just start fracking at the dawn of time. Multicellular organisms were a mistake. Let's see. I actually don't care about that story at all, past the fact that it may inspire a better digital hygiene. Says Taco. I'm with Joe. It's just a funny story, right? It's just a funny story. It is. I mean, it is a warning. The Internet of Things is not a great idea. Okay, the Internet as it stands is not a secure protocol set. And what we have done to patch it up to some level of security is just that, a series of patches. So generally speaking, what we need to do is a complete ground up overhaul of the foundational protocols and hardware interfaces. It needs to be embedded security and cryptography, end-to-end encryption. All of these sorts of things need to be implemented. They need to be baked in, is how we would phrase that. And they're not. They're layered on. And we need to redo the OSI layer set. And so, sorry, this is inside baseball now from a, longtime IT guy. But yeah, it is indicative of the problems that are inherent with the current iteration of internet technology as we see it, and the Internet of Things as they are. All right, Netflix. See you in a bit if I'm around. I am. 236. Cool.
Bye bye.
But it is sort of a, it's a nice warning story. Like, hey, you bought a Chinese-made chastity device that has an internet connection. I mean, it's got a Bluetooth connection, but I mean, it's, it's connected. It's not necessarily secure. And so, you just turned over your junk to it. I guarantee you, being familiar with one, technology, but two, this particular subset of kink, I guarantee you some of the dudes really got off on that. When the control was wrested from them in that way, there was a subset of those users that were really excited about it. So, yeah. Chastity is an interesting phenomenon, psychologically speaking. The resurgence of sexual chastity within a modern framework, vis-a-vis the prevalence of internet pornography, is definitely an interesting phenomenon to look into. Yeah, right now we're in what's generally referred to as Locktober. It is a marginally recognized subset of sexual fetishry that is part of the male chastity movement, in which males willingly or, as unwillingly as sexual consent goes, right? Like, this is the thing. It's all consented, but, willingly / unwillingly engage in restraint of the male genitalia. So, yeah.
I'm out.
So, it's a thing.
Yeah.
It's a thing. And, I mean, there's nothing in this world sexually that really can surprise me, rock me in any way, shape, or form at this point. I'm just a jaded old gay dude who's seen it all at this point. And
I wasn't surprised that thing exists. It's just like, wow, people actually bought that. Like,
yeah, the whole Chinese bit. Like, if you want to buy a cheap Chinese knockoff fucking chastity cage, go for it. Maybe don't buy an electronic one that's hooked up to the internet, though.
Yeah.
I mean, the ones that you buy, like Alibaba and DHgate and
instinctual, you should just
the manual ones with the lock and key all use a universal key set. They all use the exact same lock and key. Like, I don't know who makes that lock and key set over there, but there's clearly one manufacturer making massive amounts of them. And like, it's just sort of a, you know, yeah, you buy the shitty lock and the shitty key from XYZ, and you know, you throw it in. If you're a plastic injection molding company, you make a plastic one. If you're a steelworks company, you make a metal one, that sort of thing. And they're all just, you know, in industry sharing. But I like, how do I put this? Because we're not allowed to be like too explicit. Having engaged with individuals who participate in these realms, I've had the opportunity to look at some of the lock and key sets that come from the Chinese purchased versions of these devices, and I assure you they are interchangeable. Now, an electronically locked one, that's a whole other ball game. So yeah, that's trusting your junk to a Chinese-made Internet of Things chastity cage is ill-advised, shall we say.
The Chinese part doesn't even bother. The Chinese part doesn't even matter. I mean, just general, like, you put something around your dick that locks it up.
They are, see, the problem is from a tech
to the internet.
Well, from a technologist's point of view, their shall we say, their code hygiene is not up to snuff in a lot of ways. So I'd wonder if it were backdoored by the CCP, quite frankly.
Oh yeah.
And
it has an extra function that like snips it off.
Like I wouldn't trust that device. I just wouldn't. Like there's a whole host of reasons why Chinese electronics and Chinese code bases are suspect within the tech industries. And don't get me wrong, there's lots of shit fuckery that happens, you know, in the West as well, but not to the degree, not to the level, not to the extent that happens within China. Brooke was saying she does follow the rule of thirds, but that's not specifically Wiccan. It's just basically karma, but she is all about the energy put out there and things like that. I wish I could believe in that. I wish I could believe it's true, but in a world where Jeff Bezos is almost a trillionaire and, you know, Joe is broke, I can't believe in that. Like, it just... This world doesn't operate on those rules. I wish it did. Maybe one time it did, but I believe capitalism has subsumed that system. Because I'd much rather Joe have the money than Bezos.
Sorry, I kind of spaced out there.
Oh no, I just said you know, I was talking about Brooke said that she's all about the energy that you put out there and things like that, and I said I wish I could believe that. She mentioned karma. Yeah. I said I wish I could believe that, but in a world where Jeff Bezos is almost a trillionaire and Joe is functionally broke, I can't believe that. I'd much rather Joe have the money.
I mean, it does help. Honestly, like, I have a lot of goodwill just because, like, I put like my good foot forward. It wasn't always like that. I completely changed that. But here's the thing. It's not like I'm a much better person now than I was when I was younger. I'm just care a little. I'm a little bit more considerate of other people's feelings. You know.
I am a much better person than when I was younger.
Yeah, no, actually I am. Actually, yeah.
100%.
No, I just said that because I feel very wronged in my youth. So that's why I kind of just defended myself. Nah, I was an asshole. Still am sometimes.
Talking that over. Oh yeah, it was a mean fucker for a lot of angry and mean. But you work on it. And you improve yourself. And if you don't, you're a piece of shit. Or maybe you were just born better and, you know, you didn't need to work on that. And fuck you if you lucked out that way. some of you don't.
Rarely happens.
Yeah, some of you didn't have the toxic stuff that you had to work on, you know. But everybody's got their cross to bear. Everybody's got their albatross.
By the way, good news. Activists in Germany successfully defended after I don't know how many years now the cutting down of a forest, the Hambacher forest that was supposed to be cut down. They're supposed to put energy plants or something be put there.
Was that part of the
project
coal
might be
ones?
scrapped. Yeah, the coal one.
Okay, yeah. Then yeah, I followed that lightly for a while. But that's good. That is good fucking news.
It worked. Success.
Was it fucking? Who are the jackasses in Greece? That just got declared a fucking criminal organization. Those fascist pieces of shit.
You don't mean the Golden Dawn Party? Or?
Yeah, Golden Dawn. Is it Golden Dawn?
I'm not sure.
Yes, it's Golden Dawn. All right, I knew it was something Dawn. I wasn't sure. I was like Crystal Dawn, something. I wasn't certain what the modifier for Dawn was. But yeah, Golden Dawn, bunch of fucking fascist dickheads, have been declared a criminal organization, and they will be tried as such.
Yeah.
They
This is something I like seeing here in some parts of Europe or in Germany is that actually the government, the many issues I have with it, kind of feels like you can't completely rely on it. You have to remind them, you have to work for it. But the government here it's much easier to get them to fucking attack fascists.
Yeah, we could get this done. Like, we could not get this done. I mean, these fuckers are literally neo-fascists. Like, not me calling somebody no, they stand up and say, we are neo-fascists. Like, they are literally neo-fascists. And they are violent. They are fucking traditional neo-fascists. And they like murdered a woman's child, murdered a woman's kid, like, you know, and she's been fighting for 5 years to try and get these fuckers drugged through the legal system. And
5.5 years.
The applause, tens of thousands of people gathered in a square cheering when that announcement went out. Oh, by the way, did you see what the cops did? When the announcement went out and the Golden Dawn was declared a criminal organization and they would be charged as such, the just entire square of people just erupt in fucking just cheers, and just the sea of humanity comes out. The cops immediately start tear gassing and beating people.
Fucking kidding. What?
Yeah.
Oh god.
Cops serve to maintain the status quo. That's what they do. They're fucking fascist dickheads, by and large, for the most part. I'm sorry if your uncle is a good guy and he's a cop and he saved a baby from a burning house fire one time, but the fact of the matter is you need to look into these organizations. And the truth of the matter is, in America, they've got a white supremacy and a fascism problem, and abroad, they've got all sorts of problematic ties. So yeah, they caught it on fucking video as the group fucking erupts in cheer. Fucking a bunch of cops just start wailing on the crowd. You're like, I wonder what party they were members of.
Do you have a clip?
Not at hand, quite frankly. Oh, so did we decide? We decided, right? It's it's tentative. It's Sunday at like 9 p.m. my time, sort of thing. So that's like 4 hours past when it normally would be for you. What does that put that? Like 6 a.m. for you?
6. Which means I'm probably not gonna go to bed today, or at least just like for 2 or 3 hours, so I can go to bed real early. Today. Ah, fuck this.
Jonas, you need to get your fucking shit together. Kind of random here.
Yeah, right.
Kind of random.
Shouldn't.
Oh. Brooks saying kind of random here, but there's a very slight chance I may move out to Washington State. If that happens, we'd be in the same time zone, which would make things so much easier. I'd like to get your hubby and you involved in a game of Fate, sometime in the future. That'd be good as well. Your Brooke and her husband, if you're not familiar and you're listening, both have a podcast centered around all sorts of stuff, but also gaming. And her husband is a big D&D nerd. But yeah, I'd like to get you guys, or at least yourself. I don't know if the hubby would be interested in Fate, but yeah, I'd love to get you guys in a game sometime. But what's the slight chance? You looking at some sort of transfer bullshit? That's I mean, that's what happened with my mom. Like, that's why I ended up living in as many places as I did, was corporate bullshit. When people hear how many states I lived in, they're like, oh, were your parents in the military? No, my mom worked for corporations. Let me try and find... $7 years ago, 8 years ago. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for. Hide the sidebar. Fuck it. Oh, wow. Her husband applied for a job with Wizards of the Coast, actually. Well, let me convey a message from some, not me, but D&D nerds. Like, they need to stop watering down their system in an effort to acquire new players. Pass that on. Let's see, what am I at? I am 251. I may call it at 3. I may wrap this. I'm hungry. I could use some food.
I actually can't immediately see them tear gassing them. First I see bottles thrown, and then now I see the tear gas. Well, whatever. But
Yeah.
there was a cut before that, so.
Yeah, there's a few clips floating around out there that you're like, and there the police go.
Oh man. All right.
Yeah, it's not a good look.
Anyway. 2 good news stories.
Let's see. Oh yeah, and 40% of the Amazon rainforest is presently at a tipping point to become savanna. So good news, everyone.
Cool.
Yeah.
So at least some plants.
Yeah. No, never mind all of that biodiversity. Never mind all of the undiscovered, God knows what, phytochemical, phytopharmacological derivations that we could have, pulled out of that place. We need more soybean and beef. So let's just go ahead and burn it all to the ground and, do that instead.
Well, it has been fun. I'm gonna hang up now too.
All right, man. Get some sleep. You need it.
Yeah, just a little bit though, so I can go to bed early. Later. Yeah.
All right, man.
Wish you a lovely night, and everybody else, bye-bye.
Catch you later, Joe. Drop that on Discord. I'll leave that story for another day. That's a fairly inflammatory story. But here's your daily. Yeah, that's very true. Like, I love when people start playing D&D or other RPGs, but it's turning in a weird direction. This is just a thing. This is a complaint I've heard from tabletop circles. Like old school guys, hardcore D&D guys have mentioned this more than once. I've had this dropped in my ear more than once, that that just each iteration keeps watering down the system. Love it. I love it. Imagine it, just for a moment. Imagine the visual of it. Somebody just kicks in a door and yells Trump 2020 and then just leaves. It's the craziest fucking thing. It's not the actions of a sound mind. And I adore it every time it happens. You did, SJW. You did. He was more sober this time. He said he'll remember the interaction, but he just swung by prior to gaming. I love these people. I love them. Just you open a door and you just scream Trump 2020 MAGA, drain the swamp, and you close the door. Like, it's the most insane fucking thing. Like, if you visualize the level of, I don't know, disturbed mentality that it takes to behave in that manner. But here's your reminder that 8 guys in the U.S. Have more money than 4 billion people combined. Here's me crying. Do you see me crying? Do you see me going into other random streams and podcasts and screaming? You're the one crying. You're the one behaving like some weird, disturbed snowflake. It's hilarious. I adore it. Oh, I know. They never listen. Usually because they're ignorant and barely literate. They're being taken advantage of by authoritarians. I don't know. Oh, I always feel sorry for them. I know the neolibs are a pain in the ass, but I mean, these people you just sympathize for. You pity them, right? I blocked you, dumbass. Ha 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 ha. You're on my channel. All right. I think so. Again, I love these people. They're so clearly mentally disturbed. Oh, I know. That's why I haven't blocked them. If you needed any other examples of why these people don't really deserve the pity we feel for them, this is why. They behave like petulant children. Petulant children who are spreading I have. Not regularly, though. Which one? Which one? Yeah, it's the alt-right playbook that I've seen before out of theirs. Brooke, what's happening is standard Trump cult of Trump. Got it.
But recently, Gabe's been spending a lot of time on some radically conservative forums and listening to radically conservative podcasts and picking some radically conservative arguments with you and your friends. You never would have expected this, not from Gabe. And given the speed it's happened, it's worrying to think where it might be headed. How have the alt-right gotten their hooks into your friend? If you've ever known a Gabe, this video's for you. Here's how to radicalize a normie. Step 1, identify the audience. What you need to know before we begin is around 2013, the Nazis went online. Hate groups in the US, as tracked by the Southern Poverty Law Center, had been growing in number since the Knots, but between 2012 and 2014, they dropped by almost a quarter. Patriot groups dropped by over a third. However, hate crimes stayed about the same. Radical conservatism was not shrinking, but decentralizing. Still radical and still often violent, but now full of white nationalist nomads unlikely to join a formal organization. This didn't make them harmless. What it did was protect their asses from the typical hate group cycle of getting the public's attention, making allies in conservative media, swelling their numbers, and then eventually disgracing themselves with failures in fighting and, often enough, members committing horrific acts of violence, which come with social and sometimes legal consequences for all the other members. So the alt-right and their fellow travelers these...
Thank you for submitting your report. While this is being reviewed, the user may continue to be accessible on Twitch, but upon review, we find that this user has broken our terms of service or community guidelines. We will be taking enforcement action upon them.
Days don't so much have members. They have hashtags, followers, viewers, and subscribers. This insulates them from their own audience. If Gabe, as a member of that audience, were to go out and commit a crime on their behalf, there'd be little doubt they had a hand in radicalizing him, but it'd be very hard to claim they told him to do it. On some of these sites where Gabe spends hours and hours of his day, he's never created an account or left a comment. The people radicalizing him don't even know he's there. This distributed nature is what makes the alt-right and the movements connected to it unique. You may remember a notable proof of concept for this strategy. Doing almost everything online has, as compared with traditional hate movements, dramatically increased their reach and inoculated them from consequence. The trade-off is a lack of control. And so we come to Gabe. Gabe exists at the intersection of the kinds of people the alt-right is looking for, straight white cis men who feel emasculated by modern society.
Hey, that's you. That's you, Cody. That's you. Hey, that's our Cody. He's a straight white cis man who feels emasculated.
Primarily, though they do make exceptions, and the kinds of people who are vulnerable to recruitment. Gabe fits the first profile in that he got bullied in high school and often feels he has to hide his nerdy side for fear of getting ridiculed. The alt-right also has success with men who can't get laid, or recently got divorced,
There you go. Men who can't get laid.
or feel anxious about an influx of non-white people in their community. These things can make one feel like less than the confident white man they are supposed to be. And it's the closest they will ever come to being minoritized. Regarding the second profile, it's important to know that Gabe is not categorically different from you or me. He's a cishet white dude. His problems are not unique. There's not a ton of research into the demography of the alt-right, but there may be a higher than average chance Gabe has a history of being abused or comes from a broken home. You don't know if that's true of Gabe, he's never said. But most abuse survivors don't become Nazis. The things that make people like Gabe recruitable tend to be situational. It happens often during periods of transition, as dramatic as the death of a loved one, or as benign as moving to a new city. Things that make people ask big life questions. Gabe has concerns like economic
I know I don't. But I like hearing about our new friend.
precarity,
Like,
not
he's saying Gabe, but I hear Cody. And so it's like a little documentary on our new friend here. And so, I'm wondering, what was it? Did your uncle touch you? Or are you just angry because Mexicans? I really, I'm curious as to what pushed Cody over the edge.
not knowing his place in a changing world, stressful working conditions. In other words, Gabe is suffering under late capitalism, same as everyone, and it's entirely plausible he could have gone down the path to becoming a leftist. Now, this is not to make an economic anxiety argument. The animating force of the far right is and always has been bigotry.
Did anybody see Walker? What is that douchebag's name? Is it Wagner? Hang on. Bragman. Walker Bragman is the originator of the... he is the guy who wrote the article, The Liberal Case for Donald Trump in 2016, in which he trotted out the economic anxiety argument. He just tried to make the argument again for the Michigan terrorists. He rolled it out again like a greatest hits fucking album. He literally fucking like, well, these men are suffering under economic anxiety. These men are terrorists. Stop defending them. Yeah, the guy who brought us the OG, well, they're suffering under economic anxiety, tried to use the exact same argument for these nut jobs that tried to start a civil war and kidnap a governor. And so that's what concerns me about, our people like Cody there, is that he's literally one 4chan post away from attempting to shoot someone. So we can laugh at them, and we should, by the way. We should. But we also have to recognize that they're sincerely mentally disturbed. That's why I like that mental image of that behavior. Imagine doing that in real life. Kicking in a door of just some random person's house and screaming at them, Trump 2020, MAGA, ha ha ha, look at your tears, ha. It's insane. That's the actions, that's the behavior of somebody who is severely mentally disturbed. And you notice, no one else ever does this. You don't see Biden people doing this. You don't see Kamala people doing this. You don't see Bernie people doing this. You don't see anarchists doing this. You don't see tankies doing this. You don't see people just walking into random rooms screaming this shit at other people. It's the cult of Trump. And he is a stochastic terrorist who has actively engaged his cult in violent behavior. And they have double-digit body count at this point. and they're looking to start a fucking civil war. And yeah, they have no other personality traits besides owning the libs. Oh, and racism usually. Bigotry. Let's broaden it. Let's take that out. Bigots. They tend to be bigots. Yeah. Because most of them aren't rich white dudes. Those are a different category. Those guys are a whole other ball game. But that dude could get pushed over the edge. That dude could be the next pipe bomber. That dude could be the next Boogaloo Boy. That dude could be the next, fucking Wolverine. That was their fucking name, Wolverine something or other. That plots to kidnap a fucking governor and try to start a civil war. He's that far away from it. So we should pity them, but we should also be scared of them to a certain degree because they're fucking insane. And you notice they don't stick around. They're cowards too, by the way. They will not engage. Oh, he's still here. Did you think I was talking about your dick when I did this, seeing as I'm muted? You took this personal? Online trolls exhibit what's called the dark tetrad of personality disorders: psychopathy, sociopathy, Machiavellianism, and narcissism. They're generally deeply disturbed individuals who need psychiatric or psychological help of some sort. They need to see a therapist. And now he's projecting. It's adorable. And now what we'll do is challenge his authority figure. He'll come back with something. I mean, all he has is screaming Trump 2020, MAGA. It's little dick energy. Little dick energy. It's been a while, SJ, since I've had one like this. Generally speaking, I've had actually some reasonable Trump supporters lately, but I actually had a very productive conversation with a full-blown authoritarian last week. I am Homelander. He's an interesting dude. We're swinging him to the left. We're pulling him down on the political compass chart. And so, yeah, that was actually a productive conversation. I had a couple of conservatives in recently that were, reasonable people. I mean, we disagreed fundamentally, but they were relatively reasonable people. But you have to sort of differentiate the sort of conservative Republican vein of thinking that is sort of been subsumed by the cult of Trump. And what you see here is a cult member. This is somebody who has drank the Flavor Aid, which was the actual product used in Jonestown, not Kool-Aid. So yeah, this is a whole other level of disturbance within the psychological phenomena of a human being. This is what it looks like to engage a cult member, and it is, if you don't separate them from the source material, if you don't separate them from the cult itself, which it being largely online, see that video that we were just watching, then it's extraordinarily difficult to deprogram them. The cult has given them meaning. It has given them new definitions. It has given them a new lexicon to work off of. And without separating them from that, then there's no real way to get them to ground themselves back into objective reality. And so what you end up with is that. And it's, it's sad. It's a wasted life. It's a wasted mind. It's wasted human effort and energy. And we should, mourn that in a way. But like I said, don't forget, these fuckers have a body count at this point. They are terrorists. The cult of Trump have mowed people down with cars. They have sent pipe bombs. They have committed mass shootings. They are dangerous, dangerous people at this point. They're domestic terrorists, as evidenced by the the Michigan crew. So, I mean, even DHS and, no, we're calling out one particular person in chat. On purpose. And I am singling out Trump supporters to a certain extent. Yes, that cult of Trump mentality is being singled out. Now, does political affiliation carry along with it a certain psychological phenomenon that correlates to tribalistic mentalities and tribalistic behavior sets? Most assuredly. I don't think I'm divorcing that as a topic set entirely. But right now, we are most assuredly talking about the cult of Trump and the fact that they are increasingly violent and that Trump is a stochastic terrorist unto his own right, and that they have a body count, and the individual who came into this room screaming his bloody head off, literally just over and over and over about Trump 2020, MAGA, Trump 2020, MAGA, liberal tears. I mean, literally just hitting the greatest hits, actually was exhibiting the dark tetrad of psychological behavior that is most commonly found within internet trolls. Sociopathy, psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellianism. And so this is what we're discussing at this point, is that if you were to actually psychoanalyze these individuals and as a group, take the micro and the macro, what you find is a very dangerous behavior set. They're not 50%. That's the thing. We know that. That's not even like, even if you said Republicans in general, they're not 50%. Like, that's not even an accurate number. So, it's boring without the music. Ugh. Their genre is fucking pathetic. That halftime wasn't too bad for the first couple of songs. Trump's father got arrested at a KKK rally, Cody. And he apparently thinks I'm a Democrat, which is standard for that sort of cult mentality, is that they're so team-oriented, they're so tribalistic, that they can't see their way out of that mentality. I'm an anarchist. I don't approve of either of these teams. I don't approve of any of these systems. I advocate for a wholesale. We need to revamp the systems. We need to fix them. They're broken. It got red, and it got flagged. Start your own stream, Cody. You clearly got something to say. Go, stream. I'm probably the closest thing he's ever gonna get to a pussy too, by the way. You do understand how automod works, right? Like, you get that, right? You got flagged the first time. Posting it again isn't going to push it through. Like, how do you not understand this? Hey, Marlurk! What's up, man? He even quotes the "Stad," just like his daddy tells him. I kind of want to laugh at him on air. What do we got? Hey, SJ. Taco. There you are. Taco, if you're still around, the vote happened. You got upgraded. Check the Discord server. You should see other areas now. Oh, anyway, what was I saying? SJ, yeah, you should see other stuff. Don't talk about the other stuff, but there's other stuff. It is Don't Stop by Kuro, K-U-U-R-O. Yeah. SJ, I could use a little bit of a conversation before I dip out. You wanna jump on air for a little bit? Cool. Let's tag team make fun of this dumb motherfucker. Sad. see you. Actually, I'm gonna move us just in case. There we go. Now let me adjust the music. What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
I don't know who that is, Taco, but introduce us, and we'll go from there. Yeah, that they're always special.
So, Cody, bruh.
I don't even know. I don't even know legitimately if he is listening or not.
I hope not, to be honest, because okay, so like I'm truly convinced that you're a masochist. I really don't think that you have any other purpose of being here other than to have us just make fun of you, because you're not making an argument, you're not taking a position, you're just like blurting out shit. We all make fun of you, and then you just repeat. So it's like, are you masturbating right now to this, or like?
I mean, technically, yeah, probably.
Everyone uses a teleprompter. Like, what that's not even like in is like your caps lock broken? Like everything you type is fucking in all caps.
Well, this is part of like why I visualize it. I set the scene for myself, and I mean literally. Let me jump up to the top of it. Right. Literally walks in the room. All right, so some dude just kicks in your door, and he yells, "Trump 2020, fuck the libtards, BLM equals burn, loot, murder." Like this is not the mark of a well person. This is not the mark of somebody who's sane. And
I mean, to be fair, it is catchy. Burn, loot, murder is pretty catchy.
I mean, if you saw this in real life, you know, like some dude just started randomly kicking down people's doors and screaming Trump 2020 in their front door, you'd be like, oh, that person's insane. Oh, he's still posting the same thing that keeps getting grabbed by AutoMod over and over. He keeps posting it, like, I guess he's just that dumb that he doesn't understand that, like, oh, hey, it got grabbed by AutoMod once. Maybe I'll post it 3 more times.
He's like, I'll get through somehow.
Mitre says he's edging while he thinks about Biden's purported crimes.
Man, I'm telling you, like, but one of the funny things though, like about what I was saying in your chat earlier, like I'm jealous of your fucking trolls. Like your trolls are like resilient. Mine, like back out like the moment they're challenged. You're like, shit, okay, leave.
I can legitimately say, I guess, okay, so I have such resilient trolls. All right, well, let's dick measure trolls, right? I have such resilient trolls that when I raided another channel a couple of nights ago, like I forget, whatever, when I raided somebody last, the trolls went to her channel as well.
Wow.
And stuck out, like started going at her. Like I was like, Jesus Christ, these fuckers. You know? Yeah. I swear. Oh, we got 3 Aussies in there right now. I swear, I attract the Australians. Like I'm just Aussie bait, I guess. Telling you, soon as we aren't typhoid Mary the country, I'm coming, boys. But yeah, it's. I always, you know, I wonder about these people. Like, clearly they're unhinged. And, I mean, I do. That's a legitimate Canadian psychological study that was done on self-admitted trolls. And 97% are male. And overwhelmingly, they exhibit the what's known as the dark tetrad, sociopathy, psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellianism. And so when you find an internet troll, what you find is somebody who is, psychologically speaking, very unwell.
Oh, yeah.
And so, you know, the first time I ever got to use that information properly, what I found was that I used it on Reddit. And I told the guy, I hope I explained that, and I said, I hope you get the help that you need, and then you find some fulfillment in your life. And he literally just said, fuck you, and bowed out of the conversation. Like, it diffused the entire thing. The guy was just like, fuck you, and he was out. It's like, dude, I don't wish you ill will. I know you think that somehow you're not making me cry. You're making me laugh. And, you're not making me hate you. You're making me wish you well.
It's one of those things where, like, they're not really arguing with you. They're arguing with their idea of what they think you are, like the box that they've tried to put you in. So, like, whenever you say something that, like, breaks that, like, worldview that they have of anyone left of them, they just ignore it, and they're like, oh, liberals are so dumb, haha, liberal tears, da, da, da. And it's like, dude, you're not even talking to me. Like, you're talking to, like, an avatar of me.
Oh, we have his latest edition. Trump has done more in 4 years than Obama did in 8.
Yikes.
So why is Trump spending so much time trying to undo what Obama did if Obama did nothing?
I mean, now if he wants to say, like, more damage, yes.
That's
definitely true.
a arguably sound position to assume.
Because, I mean, surely you're not going to make the position that Trump has, like, gotten more judges appointed.
Hey, BT8. Well, he didn't do that. McConnell did that.
Yeah.
BT8, what's up? Is Jordan Peterson still alive? Last I heard, he was hooked on benzos and had COVID. Hope he's still making his bed, though. We went into that one night. It's really fucked up. It's actually kind of fucked up. And there's like this whole conspiracy theory with like the QAnon fucking like crossover crowd that he shares about how his daughter is responsible for a huge portion of it. Anarchy and Freedom 420 has followed. Thank you. I given what we did, I get a little twitchy with you remember, because I was twitchy with your name the first time you came in. Like, I get a little twitchy with the names, but I hope you're in good faith. Welcome. There you go, Dacobes. Good luck in chat right now, Dacobes. We've got a Cult of Trump member in chat right now, and we're just discussing around them, sort of thing. That sort of thing. So now is okay. We shall stretch though. Thank you, Anarchy and Freedom 420. Welcome.
I love that name.
Anarchy is based. And Dacobes, give me a pronunciation on that one as well, by the way. Throw Dak the Discord link in chat if somebody would be so kind, and join up to the server, and we'll go from there. And so Duckobes. Yep, Duckobes. All right, cool. I'll see you in a bit. It made it right away. We got black and red. We got anarchy. We got anarcho-communism going on in that logo. Jump into voice chat. I'll move you over to on air. And let's see. Let's see what our favorite Looney Bin member is having to say. Move on. And there you go. What's up, Dak?
Hey, how's it going? Are we good?
Yeah, you're good. Volume's good too.
Sweet.
SJW's on here right now as well. We're just having a conversation in and around the Cult of Trump member who is amusing us all with his insane ramblings.
Okay. Oh boy. Oh man, what kind of ramblings we got going on?
Oh, I mean, I
just kind of dropped in.
Okay, so you want me to so we'll go back to the beginning, because I like people to envision really paint the picture, right?
Yeah.
His parents were killed in an alley by a mugger. And he went on to a ninja assassin group.
He walks into
Wait, is this an anime protagonist? Or is this,
exactly.
a chatter.
He walks into
I
the.
feel like they were all anime villains, so.
I mean,
yeah,
aren't they all sort of weebish to start with?
Yeah, right.
He walks into the room, screams Trump 2020, MAGA, BLM equals burn, loot, murder.
Ooh.
And so, like, this is, like, I like people to, like, envision this. Like, imagine somebody kicks in somebody's fucking front door and just screams Trump 2020 in.
He's like the Kool-Aid man.
Like, it's not the mark of a sound mind. It's not the mark of a sane person.
He's like, Trump 2020, oh yeah.
Blam kicks down the door. Are there Marxists here? I heard that there were BLM Marxists here. Where are they? Tell me.
And then
I've been looking for the Marxists.
Then he claimed he's blocked me, but he's been in here this entire time.
No, yeah. He muted the stream and paused it, but yet stayed in the chat for like the entire duration.
A lot of laughing, a lot of bah ha 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 ha. All caps, by the way, always all caps.
I get a lot of that too. Yeah.
4 more years of Trump, dumb liberals, loony lefties. Remember the Democrats are racist. Biden likes little girls. Fucking pedophile. Democrats support
All right, hey,
support
listen,
Antifa.
listen.
The
They
greatest
might have-
hits.
They might have been right on that Biden one.
Look,
They
hey,
might have been right on the Biden one. I'm sorry. Broken clock, you know.
Yeah, right.
Again,
Well, I said
he
that.
doesn't like. This is the thing about these types of people. One, I mean, they're dumb, right? Like he doesn't understand. He walked into an anarchist's stream, and he's calling me a liberal and accusing me of supporting Biden. So I mean, clearly he one has no idea what's going on. No, he's not a trolling bot, BT. Because we've actually gotten we've prompted. Like this is legitimately, or it's a very well programmed bot.
They're evolving.
I mean, yes, you could probably argue that to some degree or another, robotic responses, yes, but definitely
Well,
not.
like,
Have to
remember
give him
when-
the Turing test?
Yeah.
Well, you remember, who was it? Like Microsoft when they put that AI on Twitter for
Oh,
like
the
24 hours and it,
teenage
like,
chick.
immediately became a Nazi?
Yeah, they
Oh yeah.
they trained her within 24 hours. She's saying Heil Hitler and shit like that. Like, oh,
Yeah, it was some like Japanese Twitter bot or something, wasn't it?
Oh,
Some little AI.
no, it
Japanese
was-
Yeah,
bot
I
or
forget
something.
who it was exactly, but yeah, it was like immediately a Nazi.
Yeah.
let me see if I can find. I think her name was Tina or something. Tina.
You might be interested. I had a guy the other day who came in and was very, very insistent that the Nazis were not fascists.
Well,
okay.
of course they weren't. They were socialists.
Yeah, he didn't even get to that point,
Oh,
though.
wow.
Like, usually that's what you expect, right? Like, oh, well, they're going to, pretend that the Nazis were actually socialists. We'll have to go through this whole conversation like, oh, yeah, the National Socialist German Workers' Party. And then I get to say, oh, yeah, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. And we go back and forth. He didn't even get to that point, though. It was just the Nazis were not fascists. And then he got really upset and said that he was an economist. And then he rage quit. So I have no idea.
Well,
The Chud sphere online is an enigma.
well, we've BT8 says, we should Turing test him. Cody is sus. Taco says that Cody is sus. He saw him in an event. And so yeah, we've confirmed Cody is a bot. Fucking, it just. I've had these people since I was streaming live on the Podbean network, so audio podcasting, and oh geez, this one, and they just walk in and they start screaming Trump, and you're like, this is not how sane people behave. And, you're like, okay, so let's start the conversation where it starts. What's wrong with you? Because clearly you're maladjusted to some degree or another, right? Like,
You're right. Show me on the dial where the liberals touched you.
like there's something going on with your psyche. And I mean, you weren't here for it, What should I'm gonna just Dak. I'm calling you Dak from now on.
Hey, yeah, just call me Cobbs. Cobbs is
Cobbs.
fine. It's
Cobbs works.
It's
I
DeKobbs,
figured I
but-
thought it was DeKobb, but I wasn't sure. I was
All right.
I needed
Yeah,
to
yeah.
say it
Cobbs.
out
Hey,
loud.
that's all right. That's all right.
All right, I like it. Cobbs I can work with. The one thing, like, we should pity these people for sure. We should pity them. But the thing that we have to remember, given modern context, especially with the Wolverine crew recently, but these fuckers have a body count, right? Like, they've got double digits and climbing. And like now they're trying to start civil wars and kidnap governors and shit. So
For real.
well, we
Well,
should
they're all-
pity them.
They're all a group of like maladjusted like man babies who are like insecure about their masculinity, insecure about their position in society, insecure about their economic, prospects for the future, insecure about, the changing demographics in the country. Like they're all depressed and desperate and scared. So it's like, of course the next logical step is for them to do some extreme shit that's basically a fucking suicide mission.
Mitre said he feels personally attacked.
I'm sorry, Mitra. You know I love you.
No. Right now we have SJW and DeKobbs on the line, Squee.
Nailed it.
What was I gonna say? I did mention earlier Walker Bragman. He's the guy who rolled out the original the liberals' argument for Donald Trump in 2016. He's the guy who gave us the economic anxiety thing. All right, this is Walter Bragman. He rolled it out again for the Michigan crew. He said, they're suffering from economic anxiety, and yeah.
See, it's frustrating because there is truth to that. It is more nuanced than that, but that's not the driving force behind it. If anything, that is the problem, and the solution is we got to get rid of all the black and brown people. And that's what like my problem is with
And-
shows like do you guys watch or are aware of the show Rising?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay. So
Yeah.
with them, it's always like, oh, the populist left and the populist right. It's like, hey, we
Right.
both say that the elites are destroying this country and they're draining all the money and this, that, and the other. But then when it gets down to, well, what should we do about it? It's always the black and brown people are the problem. We need to get them out of this country. And it's like, okay, whoa.
I don't hear it. Yes, Squee, SJW is your Joe Rogan. But no,
Yes, he remembered.
yes.
I don't think I sound like him at all.
I
but
don't either.
I literally get it like every single time I open my mouth. I'm
He's,
like, if you say so.
He is.
Like I
he's-
was at work and a guy stopped me. He was like, "Dude, has anyone ever told you?" I was like, "Please don't do it." Don't.
He's a little more drunk than he was when he initially stopped in, just based on his reactions. But I hope he remembers this interaction as well at this time. But it seems Cody has either calmed down or left or
Holy shit, dude! That glass you're drinking out of is fucking huge.
Libby restaurant glassware. Okay,
Wow.
you can drop this shit on tile and it will bounce.
Wow.
Okay, this
I just didn't know if it was like forced perspective or
No,
what. But that
it's-
thing is huge.
buy a case of Libby restaurant glassware and it will last you.
Nice.
Yeah.
I agree, Mitre. I don't think I sound.
I
anything like
don't.
Joe
Yeah, I don't
Rogan.
get it either. So Cobbs, like I see,
yeah.
I see the anarcho-communism. I see the red and black. Like I'm pretty sure I know where you're coming from and where you're headed. But nice to meet you.
Yeah, it's nice to meet you too. Kai, right?
Yes.
You go by Kai?
No, that is my name.
All right, yeah. Kai, it's very nice to meet you. And SJW, I feel weird saying that, but
No, it's totally
right?
fine. It's totally
Okay,
fine.
okay.
I'm owning it.
I tagged him
Okay, good.
hard.
It's like the N word. It's like I'm reappropriating it.
Yeah. I tagged him hard the first time he came in because I'm twitchy about usernames like that because I know the fucking little trolly alt-right guys do like to use those names, quote unquote ironically. That's not what ironic means, but that's how they'd thought. It's just a joke, bro.
yeah. That or you get like 88 in people's username and you're like, oh, I'm a little bit suspicious of you.
Yeah.
You like know to
Right?
keep an eye on that person.
Then they're just like, I was born in 1988, man.
Exactly. Oh man, I've had that so many times in chat where I'm like, burn them 1488. Hi there. Were you born in 1988? And they're like, oh yeah, totally, absolutely. That's definitely when I was born. Now let me tell you about Israel.
Yep.
I had a question come up in my chat, and I actually want to get your opinion on it as well. I'm curious. So Anarchy and Freedom, they were in your chat as well. Had the question, what's the difference between a Marxist-Leninist and a tanky, in your opinion? Or do you make a distinction?
Is Marxist-Leninist a thing?
Yeah, ML and MLM,
Yep.
Marxist-Leninist and Marxist-Leninist Maoist. And then you'll see some like Trotskyists thrown in there. You'll see a T sometimes, and sometimes you'll see a Z for the Zapatista, depending on how ornery and they're feeling that day. Do I make a distinction between Marxist-Leninists and tankies? Yes, I do. I think the distinction for me comes down to Trey says tankies just buy more merch. I love you, man. I really do. I think the distinction for me comes down to the level of apologist that they are. Right? Like Marxist-Leninists tend to be theory heads in a lot of corners that, very few interactions usually, but when I interact, they tend to be theory heads to a certain degree. Tankies, on the other hand, are the ones that will go to bat for Mao. They're the ones who will be like, well, no, see, you just misunderstand, and they had some good ideas, and you see, well, but if you just set aside the million dead, then, I think the apologist line is what, for me personally, what ends up qualifying someone as a tanky.
That, and they're like constantly like defending like China and Russia.
It's the apologist modality that they adopt that, for me personally, that I feel that's when I'm gonna call you a tanky.
Okay, I feel like as well there's like a fetishization of the aesthetic, like the look of the USSR or the PRC, whatever.
I think that extends well beyond tankies, though.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, that is true. I guess I'm thinking more of like a hyper fetishization. They really love the tanks. They really love the funny hats, the Ushankos.
Well, I mean, let's face it, the hats are fucking hilarious.
I do. Yeah, that's fair.
Credit where
but
credit's
I mean, honestly, though, aren't tankies just like fundamentally just authoritarians?
Mm-hmm.
Essentially,
yeah. I mean, boil it all down.
I'm not surprised that they like all the authoritarian like memorabilia.
Taco saying that's why I like Rammstein, because it to some extent divorces the aesthetic from the ideology. I have a guy that comes around occasionally. He was with me last night. Even his username is I am Homelander. If you ever come across him, he's a straight up authoritarian. No Marxist Leninist ideology. Just the state should have full influence into every aspect of your life, unapologetic.
That's a pretty hard sell.
Oh, it's a completely hard sell, and I've been winning him over ever since. Like, he sent me a message today saying, like, I'm coming closer to you guys, that I am my side. And, I'm like, no, I'll win you over. It's an untenable position. Like, I'll get you eventually. But, it was a very interesting opening dialogue to have with somebody who's like, I'm an open authoritarian.
So strange to be open with it. That's like, with anyone who's really far right leaning, anyone who's a fascist or a Nazi, it's always like, you can ask, hey, are you a fascist or are you a Nazi? And they deny it immediately. But to have someone just say like, hey, yeah, I'm an authoritarian,
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was refreshing.
I'm sure my opinions will be popular.
It was utterly refreshing. It was, it was a breath of fresh air. I was like, oh, like they're always crypto fascists. They're always like, you know, oh no, I'm not a fascist. I just believe in blah 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 blah. Meanwhile, you know, yeah, Mitre, yeah, because he's a genuine bloke. Like, but few people like I like that guy. Yeah, no, he's a good guy. Like, he's got a position that basically his position is human beings suck, and we're not going to make any improvement unless somebody makes us make improvement. Which
it's interesting too, because I mean, I guess it takes like a certain degree of confidence to just come out and admit that you're just a out and out wholesale authoritarian. Like that's pretty ballsy.
You gotta have some respect for it, regardless of whether you agree or disagree. But
You're right.
There's honor in being the opposition, and you know that I do. Like, he's a likable guy, true, and like like I said, I'm whittling him down. Don't worry, he won't be an authoritarian for too long if he keeps hanging around.
I was gonna ask too, like, has he like kind of explained his position, like why? I mean, beyond the human suck and all that shit, it's like, okay, but who would you trust with that kind of power? Like, how would this even be delegated out? Like, the use of force by the state, like,
use of force has not been covered. How the power gets delegated has not been covered. It is a fundamental distrust of human beings and a lack a pessimistic viewpoint of the goodwill of human beings, to the point of that the only way we're ever going to get health care, the only way we're ever going to get out of wars, the only way we're ever going to get out of capitalism, the only way we're ever going to fix the climate change problem is if somebody fucking comes along and just jackbooted thugs our way into that.
I guess really it's a consistent view, I guess, but
which is all you can really ask from an ideology or a philosophy is that it be self-consistent.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's, I mean, good old fucking, I believe that's Alan, no, that's Terence McKenna, that the only thing you can ask of a philosophy is that it be self-consistent.
Terence McKenna. Wait, is that the
mushrooms?
Total tangent. Is that the LSD guy? Oh, mushrooms. Okay, damn.
Mushrooms.
Okay, gotcha. Damn.
Yeah.
I could remember, like, in a little bit of a haze from my college days. That name sounded familiar.
Yeah.
That and like Alan Watts.
Alan Watts is the Eastern Western philosopher translator, basically. If you want to understand as a Westerner Eastern philosophy, listen to Alan Watts. He can get it into your terminology. Terence is the stoned ape theorem, very much an originator of that, and a proponent of psilocybin, mushrooms, and DMT, and generally entheogens across the board.
Yeah.
I'm always curious too about like authoritarians, like, or people who are, you know, supportive of the authoritarian government. I'm like, so like, how does it work? Like, who becomes the dictator? Like, just whoever has the most guns? Like, do we vote for like president for life? Like how does that work exactly?
Oh yeah, implementing that system would be an interesting conversation. How do we roll out authoritarianism?
I think commonly it's usually a social Darwinism approach. Am I wrong?
I mean,
like most commonly,
how it's happened in the past.
Alpha male.
Yeah, like how it's happened in the past versus how you would implement it as a new system chosen tomorrow would be I think it would be a different conversation. Like if we were to democratically elect to convert to authoritarianism, it would be an interesting conversation. The actual praxis and brass tacks of how we would go about implementing that would be a unique discussion to be had.
I think I just figured it out. So we have them have like a fucking like death battle, like in fucking like Black Panther, where they fight on like the side of a cliff, and whoever survives, you are now dictator. You're emperor for life. And
it's all by sword, basically.
Taco's saying whoever controls the toothbrush.
Wait, Taco, what?
He's saying whoever controls the toothbrush controls the land, Highlander style.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, or be like the Dark Knight, where like the Joker breaks the pool stick in half and like throws it in the middle of the room, and it's just like, you guys, whoever comes out of this shit alive, and there you go.
Do you want to, Cobbs? Do you want to handle Sauron in chat to a certain extent? Basically, he's been railing the entire time about communism and how, like, I'm not so cool with being suppressed. I'm a pass on all that communism stuff and Russia and China and blah, 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 blah. Standard, you know. I'm sure you get it all the time.
Oh, I do, yeah, quite a bit. I'm just looking through some of the things that they said. Russia and China are communists, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's any number of responses that you could have to this. So if we're talking about, like, there's a number of issues they seem to have here. They all kind of tie back to the same common thread. But one example is like, every time anytime leftists have come into power, it's been this authoritarian hellhole. Look at the USSR, look at the People's Republic of China, look at Cuba, whatever it may be. To which probably the most obvious response is that's happened in capitalist countries as well. It's not something that's endemic to leftism or socialism. I think the important question is, why did those countries become authoritarian? I think that's probably at the heart of the issue, is what happened. What caused authoritarianism in these countries? Is it authoritarianism doesn't just happen like, it comes out of nowhere. It depends on material conditions. From a Marxist perspective, what caused that authoritarianism? And in like Cuba, for instance, they were right off the coast of the most powerful capitalist superpower in history. Russia
Canada?
was going up against the same power. Do what?
I said Canada?
Oh, Cuba. Did I say Canada?
No. When you said Cuba is next to the most powerful capitalist nation in history, I said
gosh.
Canada?
Yeah. Our friendly hat. Our friendly hat, Canada. Yeah.
Damn, a hat. Holy shit.
No.
Sauron,
But
if
think
I
that
didn't
that's
ban
that's a
Cody,
better
I'm not
question.
banning you. Like that's, I find more often than not people unintentionally, at least in like, I'm gonna benefit of the doubt, and I'm terrible for that. My community is much better at detecting these sorts of things, the bad faith versus good faith arguments and that sort of thing. I'm terrible at. I just take everybody at face value and assume that you're arguing in good faith, and usually bites me in the ass. But I find that people often unintentionally conflate communism with authoritarianism.
Absolutely.
And they don't understand the difference. And they don't understand that one can exist without the other. And that authoritarianism can exist inside capitalism, and capitalism is inherently authoritarian. It is inherently exploitative. It is inherently hierarchical, which leads to furthering of authoritarian mechanisms. And so that, all they see is that state authoritarian regime within something like Russia or China, and they immediately just go to beeline to the National Socialist in Nazi Germany, and they're just seeing the moniker rather than the policy, rather than the actual the actions that were taken therein.
Yeah, I think you're right about that as well. I think that another, you kind of mentioned it there as far as capitalism and authoritarianism goes. I feel like there's a conflation in the minds of a lot of people, whether they be Americans, Canadians, European, whatever, of capitalism as freedom. I've gotten that in my chat quite a bit, that American state propaganda as well as capitalist propaganda has been so effective at kind of rooting the idea that capitalism is freedom. Capitalism is democracy, even though it very clearly isn't either of those things.
It's antithetical to them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the best thing with anyone who, doesn't have much of an understanding of socialism or just thinks socialism is when the government does stuff, which I assume is what Sauron believes or something along those lines, probably the best thing to do is explain to that person, in this case, hey, Sauron, that capitalism is, as you said, authoritarian. It is totalitarian. You have a boss, you have a CEO, maybe a board of directors at best, who make all of the decisions. The workers themselves, they don't get to make these decisions, whether it be pay or workload, whatever it may be. With socialists, the goal of at least all the socialists that I know has been to democratize the economy, has been to democratize society more than it has been now, just to make people more involved in where they work, where they live, whatever, to give people more agency, to give people more control over their lives, basically.
Hey,
Well, like the argument I always like to make to
I'm
people
I'm
when
looking
they
at
do
you
talk-
talk right now. I just pulled up your channel.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
like
hi.
one of the things I always try to like make an argument to people to try and like help them understand is like, think of it this way: like if capitalism even grafted properly onto democracy, you as a tenant in an apartment complex should be able to get with all the other tenants and democratically vote to have your rent lowered. But you can't do that. You as a worker should be able to get with the other workers and vote to have your wages raised. You can't do that. So it's like the whole process of capitalism is an authoritarian system. Like you can't pretend that a capital owner has the same relationship to freedom or democracy or liberty that the worker does.
No, I mean, this is okay. So my worst. Okay, so the ones I hate talking to the most are liberals. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
This is the bane of my existence. I will take Cody 10 times out of 10 over a fucking neolib. All right, guaranteed 100% of the time. Because they do that conflation of capitalism. Capitalism is freedom. Capitalism is progress. Capitalism is So
all goodness in the world.
Yes. All things that are brilliant in this world are capitalism. And meanwhile, you try and explain to them, it is inherently exploitative. It is inherently hierarchical. It is inherently authoritative. And you try and have that conversation, just like you just said, look at how the decision-making happens in the workplace. Look at how anything that affects the workers happens in the workplace. It is authoritarian. So, Jesus Christ, like at what point do you sort of wake up and go, oh, all right. So, I always go back to feudalism, right? There was a feudalistic state of economics, and then came constitutional monarchism. And constitutional monarchism was the harbinger of a huge amount of growth and prosperity and freedoms that were brought up, that were seized upon by the populace themselves. And yet we would look back on constitutional monarchism in sort of a, neoliberal, hyper-capitalist modern America and say that is just ancient, and that is predatory, and that is inherently anti-freedom, and it is, oppressive. Meanwhile, it gave the same gains in the same fashion that capitalism gave as well, but it was still exploitative. It was still oppressive. It was still a controlling mechanism that, by and large ignored the masses. And these people can't see their way through to the next stage. Cool, we made some gains under capitalism. Cool, we developed some tech. We managed to develop part of the world at the cost and expense of a large portion of population and, resource management of the rest of the world. But hey, okay, so we made some gains. I'm not denying that. But can we do the next thing now? Or can we at least talk about the next thing now? And unfortunately, what I find is in those situations, they're not open to that conversation because capitalism is their religion. Because there is no anti-capitalism in Western democracies at quote-unquote democracies at this point. I mean, look at Britain just last week before, passing that bullshit ministerial bureaucratic nonsense.
Oh,
that
they can't teach like anti-capitalism
no,
in schools. and
no
shit.
anti-capitalism to be taught in any of the publicly funded educational systems.
Yeah.
And if you take a quick survey around our landscape and be like, hey, where's the anti-capitalist rhetoric? Is there anybody who's criticized? No, you just fucking crickets.
Okay, Sauron, but there is a big leap between democracy and authoritarianism. Like that is a very absolutist like way of thinking. Like it's either majority rule or minority rule. Like that's
Sauron, as far as the question, but people are stupid. Why would you trust democracy when tonight alone you've been railing against against people that you think are stupid? The solution to that isn't to just cast democracy aside. The solution to that is to make education more affordable, more accessible,
Exactly.
to put it within reach of more people so that people are more informed. Give people the resources, give people the tools they need in order to further themselves, in order to make themselves, their own lives better.
What is the right has a
My opinion, at least.
I forget the turn of phrase. Olin
well
right.
because he literally just made the point of us saying people are stupid and why would you trust democracy when you think people are stupid? And it's like, well, you don't just say fuck democracy and you have no right to have an opinion on how the government is structured. Like you educate the populace.
You should have
Like I mean because like my thing is, what kind of society do you think you would live in if everyone was just dumbed down peasants again?
America.
Like well yeah, that but it's like if
We're
we
headed
became
there.
an authoritarian government and we just cast aside any kind of education system and just made sure that people could do the bare minimum to be workers, like how is your life more enriched that way? Like how is this good for you or anyone? Like I'm sure you have people in your family or in your circle of friends who maybe not be the most skilled person and maybe not the brightest person. It's like you want a basically like slave lifestyle for them because you would rather somebody else call the shots.
Eric Olin Wright, small book, How to Be an Anti-Capitalist in the 21st Century. It's a great primer for anybody who, it's just like, how can you even, when you can't get that point across, when they literally can't bridge it. It's a very good sort of first step primer for people. And there's lots of turns of phrase that he uses throughout the book. And one of them is slightly modified using my own added terminology, because whenever people talk about equality, I like to add equity into the conversation because it balances. But this is what we should be striving for, my opinion. Equal and equitable access to the social and material means for a flourishing life. That's what we should be shooting for. Like, not opportunity, not, any of these sort of stacked and loaded bullshit ideas. It should be equal and equitable material and social means for a flourishing life. This is what we should be providing. And education, healthcare, housing, clean water, safe food, these all fall under these conditions and categories. And the fact that we can send somebody to the fucking moon and that I can send a dick pic to the other side of the planet in milliseconds, and yet we can't get this done, is fucking pathetic. It's pathetic. And this is where somebody like I Am Homelander comes in and says, in my viewpoint, the only way we're going to make this progress is if somebody drags us kicking and screaming, because look around. And it's a valid viewpoint when you consider that, when you sit back and go, oh, Well, I mean, if you want to go glass is half empty kind of view, then yeah, I get it. I get where he's coming from. Like, it seems like I'm having to have an argument in my own country on a daily basis that, hey, maybe people shouldn't be dying of preventable illnesses and lack of medication because they were born with a condition on a daily basis. Like, this is pathetic. I just don't at this point. I don't get it.
I know that there's not much use in appealing to like moralizing, like how could we do this or it's immoral to do that when you're trying to appeal to more reactionary right wing types. But it honestly, frankly, it is a what would be the proper term? A crime against humanity, I suppose. That we allow people to die of hunger or exposure at all. And I have such a hard time explaining that to people that, you know, I think it's easier when you can put it in concrete numbers or terms, like with housing in particular. If you tell someone, hey, there's 500,000 homeless people in the US, and you make sure to get in, hey, 60,000 of those are veterans, because, you know, right wingers, veterans.
We've done this. Yeah, we've done the studies on homelessness. It costs us more to have them not housed than housed.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah. And we've got, I think, 16 million empty houses in America, somewhere along those lines.
Did you see the Philadelphia win?
Philadelphia? No, I didn't. What is that?
Philadelphia Housing Action Committee, I believe, is the name. They've been fighting the city for a while now. They did a occupation movement. They took a bunch of houses that were unoccupied and owned by the city and claimed them for their own, and started housing houseless people there. And they got Philly to agree to turn them over in a trust. And so they're going to they succeeded. They used civil disobedience and direct action to reclaim city-owned properties, and now they're using it to house homeless people.
Holy shit.
Actually doing real praxis.
Yep.
Right.
There was I think it's the capital. Sorry to interrupt. I think it's the capital of Austria that has extremely successful, like Prague, I believe, or something, that has extremely successful public housing. Their homelessness is extremely low, and people don't spend like 70% of their income on housing. You know?
Vienna would be the capital of Austria.
Vienna. Okay. Yeah.
Finland is really good at this as well. If you want another example of somebody who was like, hey, here's an idea. How about we don't have people out in the streets because reasons. They eliminated the entry bars. So basically, there is no, you have to be sober, you have to this, you have to that. If you're houseless, you get a fucking house. Like an apartment, a flat. It's just that simple. Do you need one? Enter the program. We will get you one.
Reasonable.
Yeah, and they said, they found that, it gives social services greater access to the individuals. They see a decreased rate of addiction. They see an increased rate of healthcare. They see, across the board, it improves things. And those, a significant double-digit percentage of those individuals re-enter society, become productive, quote unquote productive. I'm in the anti-work camp.
Hey, me too.
Yeah, what's up, Matt? Fucking, who is it? Taco? It's Taco that brought you my direction. Taco, good job.
Yep.
Fucking love the network building. And so, they become a quote unquote productive member of a society, and this drives up, all of your other rates. And now you've got the knock on effect, blah, 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 blah. So if you want to have that conversation, then hey, let's have that conversation. But see, I don't understand why we're not okay with the moral argument. Like, I don't understand why that is somehow we have to tap dance around that argument. Here's an idea. It's not a nice thing to look your fellow man in the face and say, fuck you, you get to die in the gutter, cold and alone, because you don't have magic shit we made up, aka money. Like, fuck you. Like that.
The problem though is because conservatives fundamentally are fucking sociopaths, and they believe. Well, it's true. I mean, they
I'm not
legitimately
disagreeing.
You're just
believe
laughing.
in the fact that there is a natural order to life, and the hierarchy must not be disturbed, and the people who are at the top because they belong there, and if you're at the bottom, that's where you belong, and that's where you should stay. So it's hard to make moralizing arguments to them because they don't see the problem. They're like, well, that's just how life is. I mean, like, look at Squee in the comments. I mean,
Yeah.
he's like, well, hey, if you're homeless, then fuck
It's a
you.
choice.
That's your fucking fault. It's like they don't care. You know what I mean? It's like they
It's a moral
assume.
failing. It's a moral failing.
Yeah. They assume there has to be an underclass for society to function.
Well, in the current context, in the current modality, there does.
Well, yeah.
And so there is a justification to their worldview. As they see it, as it's laid out, it literally works that way. And
That's why they're so, I think, drawn to capitalism, because it's just like, hey, this is how I see the world, and capitalism provides that. That's a system I can get behind.
Yeah, there's a video. I don't know if either one of you is familiar with Innuendo Studios.
Yes,
On, YouTube.
we
Yeah,
were just
yeah.
watching one of his videos earlier.
we were dealing with Cody earlier on. SJ threw me with the video. He's like, this video's about him, and I threw it on. I'm like, hey, Cody, they're talking about you, man. This is you. Like,
Yeah, are you referencing the video he did about like the origins of like conservatism?
Between the origins of conservatism and another point that you brought up that I think a video really elucidates well is I think it was Mondays, or I hate Mondays.
Yes.
Everyone hates Mondays,
Yeah.
something along those lines. Yeah, there's this assumption within some people's mind, and I think it plays into capitalist realism too. The idea that like capitalism is the best there is. We can't go beyond it. We're in the end of history. This is the best we can do. But they assume you can say like, hey, with sex education, for instance, if you teach 12 to 15-year-olds about sex responsibly, reasonably, there's lower rates of teenage pregnancy, there's lower rates of sexually transmitted infections, all of these benefits. But a right wing or a conservative, what have you, just hears there's no perfect solution. It'll get the numbers down, but it's not perfect. It doesn't solve the problem. And they deal in, there's like almost like a dealing in absolutes.
Mm-hmm. They're fucking Sith. You can say it. They're fucking Sith.
I didn't want to go that far. Right?
Okay, so we got
drug
I'm juggling a couple of chats here. Yes, Rye, and I'm watching your chat as well. We're gonna jump over to it here in a second. Rye, yes, it is Burkean philosophy at its root. We are dealing with Edmund Burke. We are dealing with monarchism. That's what fundamentally we are dealing with. That sort of thing. Flaccid, so no hierarchy. Burkean conservatism is dead. Yes, it may be dead, but let's just say its corpse is still in the room rotting.
It smells really bad at this point. We need to get that thing the fuck out of here.
Modern isn't Burkean, but Burkean, it is informed by Burkean conservatism. And that difference, that distinction is important to note. Flaccid, where was it? So no hierarchy. No hierarchy, heterarchy. Look it up. It's a different thing. Rather than up and down, it's horizontal. And then what would we got? Anarchy over on your chat wanted to know, what do you think about solving climate change under social democracy?
Oh man, I think ultimately social democracy won't be enough to solve the problem of climate change. Climate change, if you actually take the time to look at like the IPCC reports, like the UN reports, whatnot.
It took me a long time to make it through that shit.
we're like really deeply in the shit. We're very much in trouble. We need to make radical changes just in order to, prevent some of the worst outcomes of climate change. As far as social democracy goes, I think the issue is that social democracy, the Scandinavian states are a good example of this, tend to offload a lot of the uglier parts of capitalism onto developing nations. It's not exactly realistic to have every single country in the world become a social democracy. It's more realistic. Well, it's more likely to be a good solution to spread, leftism, to spread the idea of worker solidarity, worker empowerment, those kind of things, and move towards a system in which there is not a profit motive that can drive toxic behaviors, like downplaying research by climate scientists, the kind of stuff that ExxonMobil did for decades and is still doing today.
The recycling scam.
Yeah.
Yeah, the offloading of responsibility onto the end consumer. Meanwhile, 7 industries are responsible for more pollution than everybody combined, basically.
Yeah, isn't it 100 companies, 70% of all global emissions, something along those lines?
Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah. I see social democracy as like this sort of stopgap mechanism to maintain capitalism. That like it's sort of this Hail Mary by capitalists, like, well, okay, so if we just compromise on this, and this, then we get to keep the capitalism. Meanwhile, it's like, look, the capitalism is the problem. You know that, right? Like, that's the problem. That's what's driving most of the climate change stuff.
Right.
I think with social democracy, I think you're right. I mean, it is a stopgap. It is a Hail Mary. It is a desperate, last attempt to try and keep the status quo while just trying to improve like social programs. It's like, here's some, shekels so you guys don't fucking, guillotine us. Like that is true. But at the same time, I think it could be a transitionary phase.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it definitely could.
Honestly, it's kind of like, this is why they fought so hard to not give out stimulus and not do extra unemployment benefits and things like that, is because once people become used to it, it's really hard to take it away. And if we can expand the social safety net in this country, the country will want to continue to do that. So hopefully, if we can get to a social democracy state, we can continue to make that push further, because we've kind of broken through, we've broken the seal, it's not so scary anymore.
I mean, I wish I could be for a moment optimistic enough to think that we could, but having lived through the last
I know.
This I earlier today I was reading multiple psychology studies on why people vote against their own interests, and just trying to, reaffirm, like, okay, I'm not crazy, right? Like, I'm not fucking insane. And so, I would hope that if we could get people over that, but I mean, people are actively voting and supporting a guy who is openly talking about defunding the primary mechanism that funds their own Medicare. He is, Social Security and Medicare. People vote against their own self-interest all the time. They take stuff away from themselves all the time. I hearken back a lot to the NPR interview with the Kentucky resident who was minutes away from the Tennessee border, and Kentucky opted not to roll out the Obamacare ACA Medicaid expansions, whereas Tennessee did. And he had, I think, neoplastic leukemia. And he was unable to receive treatment, and he was dying. And he literally told this reporter, He said, well, I wouldn't sign up for that Medicaid anyway. I don't want that Obamacare nonsense. And she was like, well, why? He said, I don't want to support any welfare queens. You're literally shooting yourself in the face. You are going to die of fucking cancer. He's dead, by the way. You are going to fucking die of cancer.
Look, the irony of the whole welfare queen shit is most of the people who use these fucking social programs
poor whites in the
rural
South.
white people.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yep.
But they have this idea that fucking Shaniqua in fucking Chicago is out here riding around in Bentleys with fucking phantom doors on it and shit, and it's like, come on, man.
I hope you didn't mind. I plugged some shit. And if you ever want to use it, I wrote a document on, it's Anarcho-Syndicalism 101. It's in your chat, the link.
Okay, that's what that is. Gotcha.
Yeah, it's a primer on what anarcho-syndicalism looks like, because a lot of people don't understand. Like, one, you can sort of, you can poli-sci it. Like, this is what anarchism, this is what syndicalism is. And I do cover that. But I also talk about the sort of federation, delegation, scope, scale issues with it and how people have never seen it implemented, so they don't know what it looks like. And so, yeah, it's just a primer I wrote a while ago for, people so they can, because that's my social democracy is anarcho-syndicalism. Like, if I'm going to compromise, if I'm going to stop gap, like anarcho-syndicalism is the first stop on the train, first station on that train journey. Like, if I'm going to talk solutions, right? We're fucked on the climate change as far as I'm concerned. I'm a Vermonter by birth. You're born in Vermont, you just sort of get the environmentalist tag like stamped on you. Like you're gonna be an environmentalist
from birth.
Yeah, like that's just I have hugged more trees than people. That is a legitimate thing. That is a legitimate thing. And so we're fucked on that front. Don't look for a fix on that one. We're behind the 8 ball already. The political power, the political will isn't there. You need China and the US to get on board with it. Neither of them are going to get on board. Joe Biden is not going to make the drastic, radical changes that need to be made in order to, actually roll back to a degree that could be discussed within the context of the IPCC, reports. So as far as I'm concerned, let's just, let's learn how to live with it. And I'm in forward retreat mode because, lifelong IT guy, technologist, that sort of thing. Like, let's just forward retreat this because there's no way the anarcho-primitivists are not going to win this conversation. There's no, I don't, let's just accept the mild defeat on this one and see if we can't eke out some semblance of a civilization after this. Because, who's going to make these changes?
The people would have to, really, right?
Do you see the willpower there? Do you see the... Yeah, like a general survey of the landscape. Everybody, you're gonna make the changes in quality of life that would be necessary to, enact that sort of level and degree of change. No. Rampant environmentalists. How about we talk nuclear power? Oh, you hear that? That's screeching from a distance. Yes. That's all of the environmentalists screaming at me right now. So, generally speaking, those changes aren't going to be made. So let's just accept that. I'm not having kids, so it's no skin off my back.
Me too. I'm an anti-natalist.
I'm a gay dude who doesn't like kids.
Okay. Well, hey.
Nature decided for me. Trust your instincts, trust nature, that sort of thing.
I'm reading your chat, Kai, and
should I be?
Yeah.
Once I have a conversation, I'm like, they're on their own.
Just on another one about he's jerking himself off again about his annual income and shit like that, and I'm like, Squeet, my question to you would be, what does it matter how much money you make if you're still not happy?
Which you clearly aren't.
Like, you're like drinking yourself to death and like trolling and like leftist chats like you're clearly not happy. So that money's not doing it for you.
Oh,
Oh, Squee, I remember our last conversation. You can't lie to me. I know better. You're not happy. You're not happy at all.
bro.
And that's
we
fucked
were
up, and that's
we were
sad.
all there for that conversation. There's no rolling that one back, man. You're not happy.
And that's not to shit on you. Like, that's fucked up and that's sad, but clearly money hasn't fixed that for you.
And we know there's a diminishing point of diminishing returns. It's around $72,000 to $75,000 a year. Past that, it doesn't actually cause that much change in people's psyche.
I remember that. And after a certain point, isn't there, what would you call it? Like a detachment almost, or a depersonalization?
There is
like a change in personality and worldview.
there's a learned psychopathy that comes with certain levels of wealth. Yes.
Okay, that was the phrase I was looking for.
Yeah. It very much is a phenomenon, and the more wealth you accrue, the more detached, more depersonalized, more of a learned psychopathy that you garner out of that. And yeah, it's because of the insulating factor of money. You can the things that affect the regular person do not affect you anymore, and so you see them not as a member of the same group as you, and that plays into the tribalistic mechanics, and blah 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 blah. We've all been down this road before.
Yeah, it's like the more wealth you amass, the more elite circles you run in, which those circles become smaller and smaller, and they're not even like real social circles because these people have their own little mansions and islands and things that they live on, and it becomes this weird, like almost like a parasocial relationship. Like, you don't actually have real personal relationships with people. You just kind of have a relationship with your image of other people.
And Rye, yeah, you're spot on with the affluenza. Yeah.
Oh God, I forgot about that.
Yeah, Rye saying, how can you identify with most people when the basic experiences for an average person are now alien to you? So massive wealth makes you sociopathic. So
I mean, it really makes sense, doesn't it? You're also completely insulated or isolated from most of the hardships, the economic hardships, at least.
Yeah.
Of
I mean,
so many people.
coronavirus is a perfect example. Like rich people are not experiencing the same way we are at all.
I mean, I'm not fabulously wealthy. Let's just put it that way. My healthcare costs.
Just fabulous, that's
Yeah,
all.
yeah. Thank you. My healthcare costs take a whole fucking chunk out of me. But I am fairly well insulated, and yeah, I haven't suffered the same way. I gotta tell you, COVID has been great for me, quite frankly. I don't have to go out. Everybody has curbside service and delivery now. Like, I'm not forced to socialize. I can wear a mask, which is great. I can wear a mask and sunglasses in a bank, and it's socially acceptable now. Because I'm not an essential worker, because I'm not a fucking Uber Eats driver who has to expose themselves to all of this bullshit, who has to risk life and limb because they will get tossed out on their ass if they don't make rent, because they won't get to eat tomorrow, that sort of thing. And, it's that sort of position of privilege that if you should be arguing against. Like, you should be able to recognize it and go, oh, hey, this is kind of fucked up, guys. But once you pass a certain wealth gap, what actually happens is you just start taking advantage of it, and you start relying upon it, and you start counting on it, and you then start taking it for granted. And once you enter that realm of taking it for granted, you enter an entirely fucked up realm of psychology. And that's where you end up with truly sociopathic behavior patterns. And because fuck them, they're not really people to you anymore. They're servants. They're employees. They're people lower down on the hierarchy. They're not your equals.
Right. You are absolutely right. Yes. Like, incels take women's humanity for granted and see them as a commodity because they can't get them. Exactly.
Yeah.
It's
the commodification of sex.
The commodification of anything is a problem. Let's just start that conversation where it starts.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
It was funny. I talked about this earlier on my stream about how the lockdowns kind of really elucidated for a lot of people how much our entire culture is just built around consumerism. Like, all we do is work and buy shit, work and buy shit. And when we couldn't work and we couldn't buy shit,
We lost our
like the whole
minds.
social like
We
foundation
lost our
started to
fucking
collapse.
minds.
Like they literally lost their fucking minds.
Let's see. What do we?
Hope it's not a bad timing. Let me step out for just a second. It's hot as balls in here. I need to open a window or door or something.
Where are
Time it.
you? By the way, I wanted to ask.
Oh, what was that? I'm sorry.
Where are you? I wanted to ask.
Oh, I'm in my house.
No, what part of the country?
Oh. In the south.
Okay, cool. I'm in Las Vegas, so I was just commiserating with the like heat levels. All right, you go. You do what you got to do.
That was
Yeah, appreciate
nice.
it.
That
I was
nice.
like, wait, you mean like a house, an apartment? I was like,
He was like, I'm in my studio. Thank you very much.
yeah, thank you. Just a second.
Squee, I will ask him when he returns. I see your question, Squee. I'm acknowledging your question, and I am assuring you I will pass that question on. Hey, yeah, right. Oh, my beloved from the UK. Yes. What's up? Yeah, right. Oh, all right. You build the network, right? This is the thing. People, you talk to people when you're doing something like this, and people are always like, "Hey, you got to get on like that person's channel and that person's channel,"
I
and
know,
they're
right?
always
And
like
you're always kinda hesitant, like,
well,
I
they're
don't
no,
know.
they're always like a million people, right? Like Prime Ks and that sort of thing. You're like, dude, that's saturated. Like, build your own thing, right? Find like-minded people, build your own network, and then build it up. And that's how you do it. Like, and just, this is a productive conversation. We got fucking Dak here, or Cobbs, or I prefer Dak, quite frankly. I know you call me Cobbs, but I like Dak better, damn it.
That was funny.
You're right, you big butch. How are you? Says me, Trey. Okay. There he
We're
is.
back.
Cobbs. I still prefer Dak. I'm just telling you that.
That's totally fine.
Squee. I promise, Squee. I would ask this because he's hammering this. He said you touched on educating youth on sex. Do you have kids?
I do not. No. And I don't personally plan on having any kids. I've never really been like big on children. But with, from an ethical perspective, with the world the way that it is, with climate change on the horizon and all the unrest that's likely, no, I don't have kids and I don't plan on.
It's an unethical position.
Don't start talking about not wanting to have kids, because then he'll start going into some like white genocide shit.
Oh, so yeah, I may have to address that then, because I have a
Great
no
replacement.
Rick rule, and that was one of Rick's fucking talking points, was he used to hit me with that shit, fucking race traitor nonsense, because I dared to criticize the founders and I dared to criticize systemic racism or the police behavior, and he'd fucking hit me with that shit, that essentially fucking white.
Like, how dare you be a gay man and not want to have children to repopulate the white race of this country and keep this a white majority? Like, okay, calm it down.
Yeah, me Trey saying it seems quaint talking about Rick now.
Sweet. I streamed earlier. I just kind of popped in to lurk, and then I got pulled in the actual stream. You can't call me out.
Yeah, Rick, it seems almost cute. Rye, your fucking message got pulled by AutoMod because, I know why. I'm not going to allow it, not against you, just because I know, like, in the future I may need this AutoMod filter. But Rye said white genocide is the biggest victimhood cry baby conspiracy. I can't get a woman to fuck. Black people are better at it.
More or less, yeah.
I am convinced that a large portion of the conservative community watches cuckold porn.
No. There's statistics on this. There is a disproportionate amount of interracial pornography viewed in the Deep South.
Holy shit. I believe it.
Yes.
I assume interracial as well as, I mean, it's the South. I assume incest somewhere in there.
Stepsister
pretty high
porn.
up. Hey, what are you doing, step bro? That kind of shit.
Yeah, like that's as soon as you said that, I'm like, wait, I know this one. Like this is a real fucking thing. It's a real fucking thing. They really do. They do fetishize it.
Yeah.
Me
Well,
too.
to be honest, I love cuckold porn. Am I a conservative? Not necessarily. I don't think. I think okay. I think all conservatives watch cuckold porn, but I don't think watching cuckold porn makes you a conservative.
What am I supposed to? What am I supposed to be reading? Squee. I can't call you.
Can you let SJW know that I have Pol
Oh.
Omre cock in this lobby than any?
I have more that I pull more cock in this lobby than anyone. I think is what he's attempting to say.
What,
I don't know what that means.
to completion? Like, what are you?
All I know
What
is
does that mean?
if you're trying to have a dick measuring contest with, like in my community, in my chat, as to who's got the bigger dick, I got to tell you, it's me, Trey. He swings mad chat dick. So like that's how that plays out. So sorry.
Which I mean, I don't know, like if the whole like cuckold thing like feeds back into just their like overall ideology of like them being
Zen.
worried that some other, like
Oh,
minority group is going to dominate them or take something from them.
well, it's Kat's theorem of how conservatives are all bratty subs.
Yeah.
That they're actively they're an actively dominated group by consent, and yet they constantly seek to undermine that consent. And so it's this weird fetishization dichotomy thing going on. Cubs, somebody said in your chat that you should share a story about the child that sent you like 20 messages.
Oh fuck. Yeah, I see that now. Yeah, that was. Oh god, which one was that actually? There's been so many like people who get like really ass pained that they get timed out or banned, so they send me like a screed in the messages. They like write out their life story.
I've only had one of
You
those.
might actually remember which one that was. Who was it? Hold on.
I've only ever had one unban request, and it was a mile long, and it started, I love telling this story. It started with, I don't want you to unban me, but, and I just clicked refuse, like deny. I'm like, I'm not reading this like 4-paragraph bullshit. Like, you literally just said, you're just trying to fucking yell at me some more. So fuck off.
It's like, how dare you not read my manifesto about you blocking me?
Yeah. I got I was told to learn about simple economics. Let's see here. Something about big cock. Don't know. I have no idea where that came from. Let's see. Something about cops. Your typical like chud, word salad. Diarrhea of the mouth kind of thing. Really, really mad because my mod banned them for being a cunt in stream, basically.
Okay, so hang on. Were you just like red pill theory?
Oh, yeah, I was just reading this too. Yeah.
Red pill theory.
It's pretty obvious that current state has been an utter disaster for right-wingers of all types. The capitalists have made a strange union with Marxism, out of a shared hatred for nationalism. Both hate nationalism for different reasons. Marxism hates nationalism because he believes it gets in the way of class consciousness. Capitalism hates nationalism because it hates protectionism.
I mean, you're not wrong, but
In these instances, as I like to say, you're not wrong, but you are incorrect.
right. I'm like, but try and make an argument that capitalism and Marxists are working together. Yeah, no.
Okay, so Anarchy and Freedom posted it in your chat, basically, like
What do we got? Oh, here we go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was that kid misgendered my mod. That was nice.
I've had this person, Han Fixar. I've had this
Really?
person.
Oh my God. Oh, they're known in other chats. Wonderful.
Let me
You
check my
remember the name then?
let me check my ban list.
Oh, please. Please have like a message history or something. I'm so curious.
I don't have a very long ban list, to be perfectly honest. But let me check it. Community settings, moderation. There we go. Ban chatters. There he is. Third one I ever banned.
Oh my God.
And did I see the mention of the name Orel or whatever, Ouroel, in your
Yes.
chat as well?
Yes. O is an interesting character.
First one I ever banned.
Really?
Yes.
Well, it's like you said though. They just go to the politics page, and then they just go to lefty stream, and
I
they do
think-
their thing. They get banned, and then they move on to the next one.
Mitre, I think Han may have been the Jew guy. I think
Jew
that
guy.
may have been him. Okay, so we had this guy come in that like was fairly combative but innocuous enough. And we're like, fuck it, let's do this. Let's do this live. Come on over to the Discord server. And soon as he gets on the fucking air, was it Orel or whatever? And I who knows? These people just get conflated in my memory at one point or another. And this dude jumps on the fucking air and just starts screaming about how you should kill the Jews. If you believed in the Jews control everything and they're in all of the government and media. And if you believe in this stuff, you should kill them. Yes, you should kill them. I'm like, and he's gone. Block, ban, report. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, what the fuck? Like, rank anti-Semitism and calls to violence. And I mean, it was like, whoa. All right. Well, that's our dose of crazy for the day.
Yeah, he never went that far for me. There was some like pretty blatant anti-Semitism, but I really wanted to. I want to believe in rehabilitation. I wanted to believe like, hey, stick around in the community for a little while. Maybe we'll pull you left a little bit. Maybe we'll make
I
you-
love that your mod and I are comparing notes now. Fucking Anarchy's like, wait, you got this one? Okay, so Agahim I have had. Not banned.
That's the Nazis were not fascist guy.
Yeah, not banned yet, but
Nice.
he didn't stick around yet long enough for to get a ban, I don't think. But I remember that name as well.
Yeah, he was actually the first person I ever had a conversation with on stream. And it was hectic. He said that at one point he said that ancient Japan was capitalist, and by ancient Japan I mean like pre-currency. Pre-currency Japan was capitalist.
Oh, because that's a thing that's possible.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I tried to explain like, hey, this is the history of capitalism. It came into existence 400 years ago or so, mercantile capitalism, then on to laissez-faire. He was having none of it, just wasn't interested. He kept going on and on about what was another thing he brought up? He had like this weird like vendetta against the government of Spain for some odd reason. Apparently they
Spaniards.
a relative of his died because of the government of Spain. I have no idea. I don't remember. It was insane.
I long at this point. I mean, I have a decent memory, but left over from the live streaming on Podbean days, I have turned my memory over to my community, and sort of I'm crowdsourcing my memory at this point, and just like, all right, so you guys have to remember some of this as well. Like, I can't. There's no feasible way for me to remember all these nut jobs. I love that though. That we're fucking comparing notes on this. So, yeah, remember these names, SJW, for when they come across.
Right? I was gonna say, I'm like, holy shit, I need to keep a fucking wanted list.
Are you
Um,
guys familiar with the Republican Nation? They're a streamer.
No.
No.
Okay. I was just curious. He was brought up in chat by Jack Hexstealer, a chatter of mine. He is as the name kind of indicates, a Republican. But he's like, the like the partisanship to the point of being ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like everything that the Republicans say is gospel.
Good night, Rye. It's been nice seeing you. Catch you next time.
The Republicans can do no wrong. Anything they do, they'll defend it no matter what. He's one of those people. At least now he is. When he first started streaming, I would like get drunk at night, like just on a weekend or something, get fucked up and just go into his chat and just start arguing with people because I was drunk and bored.
Fair enough.
And he modded me. Like early on, he modded my ass. I told him that I was like far left, whatever. He modded me. We had a conversation in chat, of course. And I remember at one point, Jack might remember this as well. There was I made an argument in favor of anarcho-syndicalism, anarcho-communism. Basically, it was just a criticism of the authoritarianism of the state as well as capitalism. And I didn't get a response from him. It was during stream. He didn't mention it or anything. It went through chat and, passed. And then I sent another message. I was like, did you see that? And he was like, oh, yeah, no, I saw it, DeCobbs. I didn't know what to say. I didn't have any response or anything. Like, he was one of those people who was actually kind of open-minded, a while ago.
Yes.
But the brain has just totally gone into shutdown mode. Full Republican partisan entirely. It's honestly kind of sad to see.
Okay.
You do remember Jack? Nice.
So Squee. I was about to address your thing, Squee. You have to understand. There are like multiple simultaneous conversations happening here. Just because you got drunk and paid for 6 months of subscription to an anarchist who doesn't want subscriptions, doesn't give you somehow precedence. But I will get to your points one way or another eventually. Trust me. So if you're still there, let me know and we will discuss it. Okay. Now he's yelling, that has nothing to do with it. All right. He's still here.
Well, real quick before you go into that, I'm gonna go bounce because I gotta take my dog out and I'm gonna go to bed for tonight. But thank you again, Kai, for having me on.
As always, you're welcome. You're always welcome on my streams.
And DeCobbs,
Hey,
it was
a
nice
pleasure.
meeting
Yeah, absolutely. It was a pleasure meeting you too. Thank you.
you. Hey, hope we get to talk again. This has been fun.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, have a good night. All right.
All right, you two guys. Thanks. Have a good one.
Pet the dog for me.
Yeah, you too.
For sure. Later, guys.
Later. All right, so you're gonna love this one. All right, there are two genders. Change my mind.
I haven't really heard that one in a while. I mean, that's kind of like a conservative mainstay, isn't it?
Well, here,
Or helicopter memes or whatever.
yeah, Apache gunship, fucking shit.
Stupid.
Okay, so here's let's start talking about how the third gender is an Indian concept that basically predates our country.
Go for it. I'm actually not familiar with that. I'm more familiar with like modern gender theory, but yeah, by
Well,
all means.
we
please.
could start with modern gender theory and that how it's a social construct and how gender is not to be conflated with the biology of sexes and how intersex genes and gene decision making happens. But let's start with the fact that a civilization that predates ours has had more than two genders for longer than we've been a country. Okay, let's start there. So your misinformed "there's only two genders" is a new to the block concept that is born of a Western reductionist mindset.
Yeah.
So how about that?
It's like it's the same kind of like chauvinist attitude that you see with a lot of like reactionary thinking patterns or reactionary beliefs. The idea that like America does it best, America is, the way that it is that I am familiar with is the best way or is the only way. Gender, I think, like you mentioned, would be another pretty damn good example of that. As far as we've had, two genders typically in America for a good long while. But yes, it's important to recognize that sex and gender are two different things. Sex is largely based upon, biology, your chromosomes, your sex characteristics, whereas gender can have some degree of a basis on sex in some cases, but gender is socially constructed in the sense that we didn't like find gender like out in the Dead Sea Scrolls, in a cave from thousands of years ago. Gender is not some like objective constant. Genders are defined mostly by roles that we play, how we present ourselves, how we identify, as opposed to a biological basis for sex. That's basically the modern gender theory version of it summed up.
The Navajo recognized 4 genders. So if you want a number, like, okay, so there are various, the Hawaiians, the native Hawaiians recognized 4 genders as well. I mean, there's all over the place. India has the classic 3rd gender. Polynesia has a 3rd gender as well. Like I said, societies and civilizations and cultures that make ours look like a drop in the bucket have long understood that there are more than 2 and that you need to be a little more fluid in the acceptance of this concept. And some of the terms that they assigned and used for these sorts of things were even representative of that fluidity and how that, we're assigning this sort of category of, the hard limits in the spectrum and then everything in between. And so, yeah, it's a fairly recent Western-centric concept of the hard male, hard female gender limitation.
Right. Yeah. And even, okay, so for a good example of, for any chuds in chat, a good example of why we consider gender to be a social construct is that they change throughout time, or their roles, the presentation of gender changes throughout time. I believe the late 1800s in America, a lot of small children, whether boy or girl, would be dressed in dresses, gowns, regardless of their gender. This is a thing that, obviously we don't really do now as far as, boys wearing dresses or whatever.
Well,
at least not, not normatively.
The Zoomers are really taking that one back, and good on them for it.
That's fair. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
If there's anything that gives me hope, it's Zoomers. Honestly.
I apologize for what's about to happen. And I will pull the plug if it gets out of hand. Squee, you're already a member of the Discord server. Or at least you were. I don't see you in there. You got to spell it correctly. Hop into voice chat. And I'll move you over to the on-air channel. And we'll go from there. And I'll tell you Cobbs, ahead of time, what he said. He said, if you want to invite me to chat, I will debate this and you will lose.
Oh my. All right. All right, I'm open to a challenge. I heard mention of alcohol earlier. There's
Yes, guaranteed.
Ah.
All right,
Hi, how's it going?
It's going great. I'm a lot sober than last time. Just so you know.
Okay.
I'm not making the same mistake last time.
Okay. Well, all right. So you've heard our position. Let's hear yours.
To just to clarify really quick, I'm sorry
Yep.
to interject.
No, you're good.
The position, thank you. The position that we just laid out is, just so that people know, the academic position. This is like the accepted position. As far as, people who study these things, people who look into, gender or social constructs, whether they be sociologists, anthropologists, whatever. Go on. I'm sorry.
No. I just want to be clear. So scientifically, this is your statement, right? Scientifically and biologically, this is your statement.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, we stated our position.
I muted as soon as I joined the chat, so I didn't hear it.
No. We did all of your response, like during this, last. Did you hear us talking about because you asked how many genders are there then if there aren't two, and we,
So how many is there?
at least. Well, it
Yes.
depends. It's yes. I mean, it depends on the culture, the time, and the society.
At least four? But what about the spectrum?
Well, that's the thing, is there is a spectrum.
Like socially, how many genders are there? Because here's the thing: if
As many as you need it to be.
if it's gonna be a protective class, I'm just saying, if it's gonna be a protective class, I want to be I want to be politically correct when I use your pronouns, and not be charged
Well,
if it
just
becomes
ask.
law.
I mean, that's
Because there are two states. I know of at least two states in the U.S. that are trying to pass that.
well, but you understand how easy that is. Hey, Cobbs,
Yeah.
how would you prefer me to respond to you? Are you a he? Are you what's your deal?
Oh, he is fine.
There
I'm
you go.
perfectly
All
comfortable
right,
with the gender. I
so
was
I'm
assigned at birth. Yeah.
I'm speaking with Cobbs tonight, and he's over
right.
on his own channel streaming. You see how easy that was?
Okay, cool. So, what about the transgender person that had a
You got it.
conversation with? That when I said, "Hey, are you a transgender female?" and they were offended.
Yeah, it probably hurts a little bit if.
Wait.
Okay.
Wait, if I'm asking you, hey, are you transgender, male or female? What are your pronouns? Why are you offended if I'm asking you that?
Sure. So let me just real quick. So basically, imagine that you're a trans person. All right,
Okay.
you're a trans woman. Okay.
Okay.
You're trying to present, more than likely, not definitely, but more than likely, you're trying to present fairly feminine. You identify as a woman. You are a woman.
Okay.
So somebody comes up and asks, "Hey, are you a trans woman? Are you trans?" Like, could you kind of understand how that might bother somebody a little bit, or am I misunderstanding the situation that you were in?
No, you're 100% misunderstanding the situation because
Okay, gotcha.
last I checked, laws aren't fillings.
Aren't what?
Aren't fillings. The please don't please for your feelings. They please for law.
Oh, now I got you. Feelings. Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're talking about the legislation specifically. Okay, what you're talking about laws that are being considered in two states. You're not talking about, for instance, Bill C-16 in Canada, by any chance. You're talking about. Okay.
Because
so just.
I'm
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not familiar with any state-based legislation on this one that's got any traction worth talking about.
It's trying to push it. It's nothing has happened in the states.
Then
The
then
closest that I
Mostly
know is
Canada.
New York.
yeah, then it's an issue
Yeah,
of
the landlord that got sued for misgendering and using false pronouns for the attendant.
Well,
Right.
th-
That we're
it's just an
referring
issue.
to?
Then it's
Which
just
is
an
complete
issue of
bullshit.
it's just
the
an
case,
issue
but-
of social conscience and interaction with a fellow human being. And in that case, if you're having a discussion with somebody and you just say, "Hey, I just want to be sensitive here. I don't want to misgender or mispronoun you. Or is there any preferred terminology that you'd like me to use? I'd really like to accommodate." Done. That's it.
Okay.
That's the beginning.
Okay.
Thanks, Jack.
You want to ask me what my pronouns are?
Sure. What do you have any preferred pronouns or ways that I should address you?
Lord, God, or Savior is my pronoun.
I had a feeling that was coming. Yeah.
Cool.
I
well,
was waiting for
that's
a,
that's
a
not
telecom
a that's not a
company.
pronoun.
Will you respect that?
That's not a pronoun.
But to me, it is.
No, that's not how language works.
If we're gonna play pretend, I should make my own rules.
See,
So can we clear something up as far as the legislation goes real quick? Because I feel like there's a misunderstanding on that.
Go for it.
So just to clarify, any legislation that's being considered that I'm familiar with at least, or Bill C-16 in Canada,
Right.
which is most commonly cited, the idea behind those isn't like if you were to walk up to someone, a trans woman, a trans man, just, a cis man or woman, whatever, and misgender them, like the gender police are coming with their sirens, to put you in gender jail. That's not how it works. So the laws specifically target harassment. So we're talking about, hey, that this person goes by she, her, he, him, what have you, they, them, and you misgender them intentionally, repeatedly, and most of the time it's also someone who is in a position of power. So that would be a landlord or an employer, something along those lines. I think most people would agree that it's a good idea to try to curb or discourage harassment against people based on how they identify. Would you generally agree with that?
I agree with it, but I'll ask you this question, okay?
Sure.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh yeah, I'm in my mid-20s.
Has anybody heard this play out? Has anybody heard this beginning? Before I go further, it's very significant. No? Okay. All right. So mid-20s. Why aren't you 50?
Because that's not how time works. Because
Okay.
time is an objective thing. We can measure how long
That's
I've
not
been
how.
alive.
That's not how gender works.
You,
Biology.
no,
Biology.
no,
works
no,
like time.
no,
It's very
no,
scientific.
no.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
We covered this already. Gender is not a biological construct.
It 100% is.
No.
No, it's not.
Literally
So, hey, can you
everybody
tell me real
disagrees
quick,
with you.
Where's
what
the
is-
science that disproves it?
Just
really-
go to
really quick,
Wikipedia
really quick.
or pick up a textbook.
What is the biology that determines that men wear suits and women wear dresses and women wear high heels
There
and
isn't.
men wear like
There
loafers?
isn't. There isn't.
So you're saying it's a social
But
construct.
if a man has a penis, he's a male. If a woman has a vagina, she's a woman. Plain and simple. There are two biologies. When it comes down to biological structure, that is it.
Okay,
Plain and simple.
just to throw another wrench in here
Inter-
because you're like doubly wrong.
Intersex.
Also, sex. Yeah, intersex people exist. Sex is a bimodal distribution.
Right.
Most people are female or male. Some people
If
are.
I say I'm a rhino, am I a rhino?
That's not what we're talking about.
All right, you're arguing in
Why
bad
not?
faith. You're
It's
gone.
not analogous.
That's what I thought.
All right,
Yeah.
he's out.
So just to be clear, there's a difference between like, hey, these people have like XXX or XXY chromosomes, and hey, I'm a rhinoceros. Like there is a difference. I hope that most people can understand there is a difference between those two things. Just to clarify.
You argue in bad faith. You're out. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Like
Good rule.
the academia writ large disagrees. Like that's 100%. I mean, you're denying an entire category of biology here. You're refusing to even acknowledge intersex bimodality exists. You're refusing to acknowledge that no social psychologist, no gender theorist is going to ever agree with you that gender is a binary construct. You're literally ignoring all of this and just saying, throwing out things like, well, my pronoun is God and I'm a rhino, which is arguing 100% in bad faith. And so, bye.
That's a good rule, honestly. That's a good ground rule to have.
I also, one of my other rules that you may want is no arguing without content. If you just, well, that's bullshit. You're wrong.
Right.
You're wrong.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
put up or shut up. If you don't have
Right.
if you don't have anything to back up what you're saying, if you have no content other than I'm wrong, you can fuck off.
I try to ask people all right, hey, explain, tell me, blah, blah, blah. But to be fair, a lot of the time that doesn't get me much in the way of results. Usually it's just
Who
two genders or whatever.
Optic
Stupid online.
Phase Poutine. Who are you? It's one of you fuckers. Let me know who you are. I see that you joined voice chat. I see that you joined the Discord server. If you want in on the on air, speak up. Tell me who you are. Tell me what's up. I'll move you over to the on air. This, by the way, the on air locked category is I can only move you to it. Because you can't join it, and this was born of the Squee version 1.0 incidents, where people.
Oh man, you've got 1.0.
Yeah, where the type exclamation Discord in chat, you'll get the link. And so yeah, basically, I was like, okay, people just jumped into the voice chat. I was like, okay, this needs a control mechanism.
Wait, I thought you were an anarchist. No, I'm fucking with you.
I'm an anarchist, but I'm also a technologist, and I'm a
technologist,
and I'm a realist. And so, hey, thank you for the follow, Saul.
Isn't that song "Mother Anarchy"?
Yes, it
the
is.
Ukrainian version.
The follow is Mother Anarchy loves her sons. And the subscription is Mother Anarchy is not for sale.
Ooh.
And if you raid the channel, Pete Seeger singing about solidarity kicks off.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, very nice. Oh, those Union songs. Please inject them straight into my veins. They're so good. I love Union songs so much.
Thank my mod Cat, who's not around at the moment, but you can thank Cat. He's constantly has that shit at the ready.
Cat, bless your face wherever you are right now. Bless your face. Thank you so much. Good taste in music. Goddamn.
Yeah. So okay, there's multiple people over in voice chat now. You guys have to know it's not making it on air, whatever the fuck is going on over there. And you gotta let me know who is who and what's what if you want on air.
Well, Commu's my mod, just
Okay, so
not to get favor. Don't just favor
okay,
people.
but anarcho-commu is anarchy and freedom.
Yes.
Okay,
Right.
cool. I like to make notes of this.
Yeah, they're great. They've been a really good mod for me.
Can I do that? Yes, I can. All right, so I just like to modify their nickname sometimes so I can keep track of some of the shit. Once upon a time, before we made the OG crew and I, before we made the sojourn over from the podcasting days and the Podbean network, we were driven out by a few different things, but Podbean live streaming has become African Christian churches 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And they are raking it in. Like they took that prosperity gospel to heart and just ran with it. Yeah. The YouTube is There is a YouTube. I export the ones the episode after it airs over to YouTube. Proudly Radical. You'll probably find it. It's not very well maintained. It's essentially an archive. So, but yeah, if you
I've
want,
been really meaning to actually like put some effort into like YouTube content or having, you know, some like you said, some kind of archive of clips or something. But I just I don't know about YouTube. YouTube makes me a little iffy. Like Twitch can be a little rough for chuds, but I know YouTube is like
oh, you just don't
hellhole
engage.
central.
Like, you just don't lock everything down and fucking just use it as an archive. Don't use it as a primary source. Like, you know, don't try and develop a YouTube channel and all that sort of stuff. Because, yeah, YouTube comment section is probably the most toxic place on earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jack, are you Optic Phase Poutine?
Oh wait, yeah, damn it. Fuck me. Yep. I knew. I was like, wait a minute. I recognize that name. There we go. Okay.
Okay. All right. I'm going to fix. Hang on. I'm going to just do a couple of things here. We're gonna do that. And we'll do one at a time, and it's pushing. So we'll give everybody some minutes here. You are in first. That's the best way to do it. Jack, you're on air now.
You're muted, buddy. There you go.
You're a little patchy. What's up, man?
Okay. No, thank you. That was too much for me. That was purgatory right there.
Sorry about that. I told you to speak up. It's like, who's who here? Like, I need identifiers. Okay. Yeah, an Anarchy. ANF is going to get a mic. So yeah, oh God. Should I? Mitre, somebody, my crew, let me know if I should just finally roll out a ban for that person, and I will, by all means. Fuck me. Just problematic.
Oh, hey, Squee in my chat. Hey, buddy.
Yeah, we're not talking about you, Squee.
Hey, bud.
You're broken. You're welcome. It's Wagonator that's
Problematic.
yes.
I've seen it multiple times in other chats.
Yeah.
What do we got from Don't Ask Questions, Just Believe It? Gender non-binary theory doesn't seem to hold up to much questioning. Hey, my friend, Wagonator, you know what you should do? You should go into a scientific field like sociology or something. And what you should do is you should like write a thesis, very, very in depth, really go into it, pour your heart into it. And then maybe you can get a Nobel Prize when you prove all those big smarty pants wrong.
Fuck
So,
yeah.
Give that a shot.
Somebody who's actually working on a project that's pretty much a thesis. Go ahead. It'll be fun.
I never got to having to write actual theses in college. It was always just like high school level theses. So it was like, whatever, a set number of words, but it was never like, staying up all night, trying to, panicking and everything. I had a few friends who had to deal with that shit, but
Squee,
Fun.
Squee, you have internalized your capitalistic oppression to the point that it is, I'm going to say it, pitiful. The only measure by which you understand to judge another human being at this point is what they do for work and how much they earn in dollars and cents at that work. And that is sad that you've reduced people to that point.
for what it's worth, I don't make a shit ton of money. So if that like kind of answers your question, I'm not going to tell you what I do for a living because I try not to give out too much personal information. But, ooh, and the messages are gone. Bye, bud. Bye, Squee. Have a good one, my friend.
You
Burn
banned
on,
him?
you crazy
I'm
diamond.
gonna
Or
say I make a bit, I guess. I probably make less than everybody here.
you said you work at Amazon, right?
I will not neither confirm nor deny that.
That's a yes.
Oh, come on. You said it publicly.
That's a yes.
You said it publicly.
That's anytime anybody says I will neither confirm nor deny something. That's just a yes. Like,
I'm doing it for
Yeah,
legal reasons.
yes. Well, that's fair. He did not confirm nor deny. We made an assumption. And
That's true.
yep,
That's true.
legally he's covered.
Yeah, I guess I violated the right to plead the fifth. You know, I shouldn't have done that. That was my mistake.
Squee is celebrating on my channel. He also called you a word that I'm sure he can't pronounce correctly, and my British audience, my UK people, love that I can pronounce that word correctly, as opposed to the American pronunciation. So
What word are you talking about?
twat,
Oh,
Like-
twat.
twat.
Yeah, twat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's the proper
We need to
pronunciation. Or whatever.
actually say it.
I much prefer if we're gonna go down that road, cunt is much more of a fun word. To
Oh
say,
well,
in my opinion.
Squee got caught by Automod and saying, "Would you prefer cunt?"
Oh, okay. Well, yes. If you're asking, it's very polite of you, considering that we just had, a discussion where you were not willing to call people by their pronouns that they identify as. But I'm glad that you're willing to call me either twat or cunt, and that I get to choose between the two.
Well,
appreciate that. It's very kind of you.
BT8 said, "I always say it both ways to make sure they understand."
Really nail it home. Really drive it home.
Yep.
Oh.
At least he's a gentleman in that way, I guess.
Oh, you're breaking up, my friend. You're kind of spotty, a little patchy there with connection.
I apologize about that.
There we go. Nice and clear. Beautiful. Oh.
It's been look, I would much prefer a like shit-tastrophe of a stream as opposed to a boring stream, right? Like that's 100%.
Perspective to have.
Fucking
Yeah.
you just Trumpers, cult of Trump psychopaths, and fucking people who don't understand that gender is a social construct, and drunken shenanigans. All of this, it's difficult to keep the wheels on and keep it on the tracks, as it were. But it does allow you, it becomes a foil for discussion of these topics. I mean, while we face rank ignorance and willful ignorance in the face of, gender theory and understanding of intersexuality and basic biology, we also get to espouse the theorems and theses and ideas behind that. And, you don't speak to Squee so much as you speak to somebody listening in chat, and you use him as a foil and be like, okay, yeah, sure. Drunken Squee is not going to understand, gender theory, but maybe somebody in chat gets to learn a little nugget, a little tidbit, something like that. And that's the approach I've always taken with that sort of thing is, sure. You're a mechanism by which I can get somebody to hopefully think about something.
Yeah, and possibly reach the audience.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Mitre. Good praxis. It is. It's a form of my praxis. I'm an incrementalist. I'm not an
Especially with the amount of.
Say-
What was that?
No, go ahead.
No. Say it again.
I was just gonna say, especially with the amount of cuts that have been appearing on Twitch.
Oh, that's
Like I was debating this guy that was talking about COVID, which is coincidentally the one the subject of my study, which is the economical and social impact of COVID on the communities. And pulled out some Fox News articles against my study where I actually had to read scientific studies that were made.
But what are studies when you can cite a Republican propaganda network? Come on now. What is this, science? What are you talking about? Ridiculous.
Skiance? Not familiar. Sal, what's up? Sorry, I saw you come in a little earlier. Yeah, what's up, man? Yeah, it's I'm not an insurrectionist. I'm not a revolutionary. I'm an incrementalist. I advocate for what I call the Thesusian method, ship of Theseus thought experiment. For those familiar, piecemeal it. Little piece here, little piece there, and by the time the ship arrives back at dock, maybe you can have replaced every single piece of the ship if you're clever and crafty enough. And so, that's sort of the approach I take. And, I'm a reasonable anarchist. I'm an approachable anarchist. I'll talk to you about political science and theory and that sort of thing. You're not going to catch me in black bloc gear. Those days are gone. I outgrew that. But
I disavow.
I disavow and repudiate. I renounce and repudiate. What do I need to say? Fucking.
It was all in a video game. It was all in Minecraft.
Minecraft. I found that's the prevailing method for that in Minecraft. No. I was in Occupy. I was in all of that stuff back in the day. But it's 2020 in a global electronic information age, in a semi-developed country. We can't afford a revolution. We can't afford insurrection. We can't afford to be fucking around with those ideas. That's a stupid ass project to undertake. And the last time I checked, have you noticed the government has drones and Apache helicopters? You ain't winning that fight. And if you think you are, you're a fucking idiot. So
yeah, but wait, hold on. Joe down the road has 50 assault rifles.
Oh yeah,
in his basement.
He'll totally win.
Lair.
Yeah, he'll totally win.
They can't stop all of us.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Except they can. See Hiroshima and Nagasaki on that one. Do you really want to push the authoritarians to the breaking point? Because I sure as hell don't. American culture is the kind of, we'll take you all down with us.
That's true.
Yeah. You got to have a more subtle touch. You got to have a more, dynamic approach. And that's sort of what I advocate for is, hey, okay, let's engage in the dialectic. Let's use a rhetorical device. Let's talk to people. Let's hammer some of this shit out. And let's stop getting lost in the pursuit of perfection and ignoring progress, because leftists do that constantly. They want an all or nothing scenario. Meanwhile, the Republicans are making miles of progress inches at a time.
Yep.
And so time to start adopting some very, Republican right-wing tactics. Let's get a little more Machiavellian. Let's consider what the end goal is. Let's say, okay, fuck it. Maybe today I compromise with somebody I disagree with on X, Y, and Z, but we've got A, B, and C. So let's get A, B, and C fucking hammered out and done. And then we'll deal with X, Y, and Z when X, Y, and Z are to be dealt with. But I mean, that's, it's sort of my position in this world is, let's approach this a little more reasonably and rationally. And, I learned that from Noam Chomsky. That's the compromise and the pursuit of progress is something I picked up from him ages ago, that oh, okay, compromise is valuable. So
basically it's pragmatic extremism almost.
a
very extreme ideology, but pragmatic about its implementation.
Very much so. And I ascribe to what I call fluid anarchism. It's a terminology that I rolled out. That today it may be one thing, tomorrow it may be another, but it's always informed by my heart of anarchism.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. I think that's reasonable. Like, for me personally, for instance, I am actually more. I lean more towards revolutionary socialism in a video game, in Minecraft, whatever. But I do recognize some of the I guess hurdles, some of the bigger hurdles to reaching that, to achieving a successful leftist insurrection or revolution, specifically in like the imperial core, in the country or some of the countries that are doing most of the exploitation, whether that be America, Canada, the Scandinavian countries, whatever. I recognize that it is probably well off into the distance as far as time goes. And in my opinion, from my estimation at least, if something like that were to happen today, some kind of like a revolution, insurrection, something along those lines, I could see it breaking fascist far, far, far before it ever even got close to being a leftist revolution. With the level of class consciousness in most people in general being as low as it is, and like the knee-jerk avoidance of like socialism, communism, anarchism, whatever. I really think that if we were to like go for it today, it would fail. In my opinion, a successful leftist revolution is like half a century into the future. And until then, I think the best thing that we can do is to increase class consciousness, talk to people, organize, agitate, unionize if you can, try to really educate people on worker solidarity, worker empowerment, that kind of stuff.
Good night, anarchy.
And take whatever. Yeah, good night, bud. By the way, commune. And while we can get the reforms that we can for now, until then.
Yeah.
I'll take social democratic reforms that make less people die.
I literally fly the flag of harm reduction at this point.
Yeah.
Like that's just
Let's
good.
What was that, Jack?
I was just gonna say that at this point, if we look at back in history, people will most likely take fascism over socialism, if history is to be believed.
Yeah. I mean, reactionary thought is it comes more quote unquote naturally, in the sense that like it's simple, it's easy to be a reactionary. It's easy to be far right as opposed to far left. With far right, there's a reason they're called reactionaries. There's a reason we call them that. It's not for fun and games. It's because most of their worldview is built off of their knee-jerk immediate reaction to something, to a stimulus or a concept or whatever. Whereas with leftism, you need to like read, more than likely you need to like read books, you need to understand theory, you need there's so much shit that goes into it. It's much simpler to have, or it's much easier to have a right-wing movement or a right-wing takeover as opposed to a leftist one.
Well, I mean, it's easier to be told what to do and what to think than to actually try and attempt to do it yourself.
Well, yeah.
Before I moderate this clip, I thought I'd address it. It's fucking adorable. When I said, I attempt to be an approachable anarchist, that sort of thing. Squee clipped that and titled it, I am a approachable except when it comes to two genders.
Wow.
Well, you made an attempt at a meme, Yeah.
And now it's gone.
You put the effort in. Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
And it's gone.
Basic English is hard.
Sometimes it can be. Honestly, English is a stupid language. Fuck English.
Spanish.
It's three languages in a trench coat.
What was that about the French? I heard something about the French. What was that?
Oh,
Or did I totally mishear?
yeah, I said it's 3 languages in a trench coat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were shit talking the French for a second there. I was thinking, where in the world did that come from? All right, okay.
Squee is actively
3 languages.
Squee is actively trying to get banned apparently because I don't know.
I mean, they
Paid
just
for it. You
followed
might
me.
as well just burn it again.
Oh fuck! I actually just looked at what time it is. Holy fuck! I hadn't been paying attention. I figured it was still like 1 or something. Holy god.
Yeah, Squee,
Whoops,
it is actually gone. And if you're gonna tap, hey, thank you, Kaiser. Cobbs, if you're gonna tap, I am also going to tap. It's been, let me check my fucking stream here. It's been 5.5 hours for me.
Damn, that's pretty good. It's coming up on 3 for me, but I've got things to do in the morning and shit. Hey, just real quick, Jack, glad you could come on. See you in chat all the time. Love you.
I'm also yeah, and nice to meet you all. Hang on, I'm just going to try and keep people's fucking nicknames straight. There we go. Did I fucking completely mangle that? I'll fix it in here in a second. All right. Yeah. Taco, thanks for like convening and all that sort of thing. Well, Squee, you can still have it up and playing, but it's loaded only locally in your browser. As soon as you refresh, it's gone. Sorry, buddy. That's just how that works. And
Took away the shiny toy.
yeah. That's just how that works. Yes, thank you, Taco. Thank you, thank you, Cobbs, for stopping by. I have a streaming schedule. It's Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific, Tuesday, Thursday, 11:30 p.m. for the overnight nighttime crowd. So feel free to stop on by anytime. We can discuss theory, or we can just laugh at some fucking like cult of Trump person. And
yeah, no, that sounds great to me. I stream most nights. I try to take a break, every so often. But I try to stream basically every night, and I start around 11 p.m. Eastern, generally, somewhere in that area, and try to go for around 2, sometimes 3 hours.
Cool. Yeah, I go.
So yeah, feel free to drop in anytime. All right.
All right. Yeah, I've got you followed here.
All right.
And Jack, thanks for stopping by. And that fucking traditional sign out, I suppose, as always, guys. KaisThings.com, KASThings.com. You can catch all my bullshit there. And I hope you're as well as you can be. Till next time, guys.